Nintendo spooks the Japanese markets, E3 crushes CES, and 3DO angers developers. These stories and many, many more on this episode of the Video Game Newsroom Time Machine.
I've been waiting a long time for a chance to say this. Stop the presses.
Requiescat in pace.
Makes him crazy, man. What is a man?
It's me, Mario.
What a mess.
Get over here!
Please save me.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Video Game Newsroom Time Machine, the show where we travel back in time to find out what was making headlines in the home computer and video game industries of yesteryear. I'm your host, Carl, and I'm joined again by everybody's favorite co-host, Alex.
Happy to be here, Carl.
Excellent. Well, it's been a hot minute since we've recorded, so before we can head back 40 plus years to October of 1994, we'd have to do the obligatory podcast banter. What have you been up to?
Business travel, Carl. Lots and lots of business travel.
And so you do you actually get miles when you're doing that?
Yeah, sometimes I do. I mean, I can always put a mileage account on it. Sometimes I go to places where I just drive instead. But yeah, no, I'm getting miles and I'm getting hotel points.
Oh,
I'll be able to go
nice.
someplace nice when this is all over, if it's ever all over.
Yeah, I was just thinking, I mean, since the company's paying for it, I didn't know if you actually get to collect that yourself personally or not. So that's cool to know. As someone who never got to do business travel in his professional career, so go figure.
They never had to fly you out to some hotshot CEO's boardroom to take a deposition, Carl?
I only had to fly to depositions once. It was not a high-end CEO. It was not a case I want to relate here, but I flew out to Washington, D.C. to do some depositions. And the person did not show up, as we kind of expected them not to show up. But I got to spend 2 days in the D.C. area, and I visited as many museums as I possibly could back when they still had historical information in them. So it was really nice.
Very good.
Yeah. The Smithsonian Flight Museum, that alone. And I also got to see my favorite painting of all time in person in the National Gallery. So that was that was the highlight of the trip.
Which one's that?
Las Gallegas.
Yes.
Also known as Two Girls at a Window. And it's
Indeed.
very, very simple painting, but it's, I want to say it's 16th century, 16th or 17th century, probably 17th century. And it's a life-size painting that is basically just a window frame. And it's these two girls. One of them is sort of leaning over, looking out directly at you. And the other one is sort of, giggling in the background. And they're basically two prostitutes. But they're life size. And when you walk by it, you get this immediate just sensation that it's two actual people staring at you. And the faces are so lifelike. It's an effect I've never seen in a painting before.
Is it Velasquez? I heard the Spanish
Velasquez,
name.
Yeah.
I love Velasquez.
Yeah, absolutely. Just, I think it's Velasquez. All right, now I have to look it up. I really should know more about the painting off the top of my head
about your
I'm
favorite
obsessed.
painting.
It is my favorite painting. Yeah, no, it's Murillo.
Oh, okay.
But it's such a striking painting because of its size. I had been a fan of the painting from seeing it, but until you've seen it in person, it wasn't my favorite painting before I saw it.
Sure.
But after I saw it, I literally, I mean, I was rushing through everything because I knew I only had one day there. I just sat down and stared at it probably for about 15 minutes. I just stared at this painting. It mesmerized me. But okay, we're
Very cool.
completely off topic here.
My favorite painting is probably The Calling of St. Matthew by Caravaggio, which is still
Ooh,
in its original location in Rome. San Luigi di Francesi or something like that. I don't know.
oh, nice. Wait, is that in the Vatican Museum?
No, it's still in the church. You know, it's an altarpiece,
Oh,
and
okay.
it's I mean, it's not an altarpiece like the back altar, but it's a
Hmm.
painting, you know, for an altar. So it's still in its original setting in the church that it was
Ah,
painted for in Rome.
cool. Yeah,
Love me some Caravaggio.
yeah, he's amazing. Ah, okay. Now we're not going back that far in history today. Like I said, only going back about 40 years.
Our
But
first story from 1594.
But before we can turn on the time machine, there is some orders of business. Those who've been here before know that you should, of course, be giving a like, subscribe, and all that good stuff. If you're watching this on the YouTubes, or better said, listening to this with the beautiful artwork, please subscribe and also pass it along. Remember, if you do have any comments, you can leave them on the YouTube channel, or you can send us an email, a video game newsroom time machine at gmail.com, or you can just become a patron of the show over at Patreon. And yeah, that's all the links are in the show notes. And remember, if you are watching this on YouTube, the show notes are probably being cut off because there's just way too many of them. And if you go to the Patreon site, which is also linked below, you will get the full show notes. Now, also, when we're going back in time, we are always using the cover dates of publications. So, especially with magazines, that usually means that the news happened a little bit earlier than that, but it's a framing device. So, please don't send me emails about that unless you find some inaccuracy, which we can then read to you in our next segment. The No, wait, we don't do the 7 minute. It's been so long since I've done this. We need to do something else before the 7 minutes, don't we? Before we can travel back in time, we have to. Oh, fuck. It's been so long. It's
That
been
was
two
such a
months.
brilliant transition you made for yourself into the
Yeah,
wrong segment.
into the wrong segment because the first thing we need to do is the 7 minutes in heaven, where our intrepid co-host must play a game that was reviewed in October of 1994 that they have never played before. And oh, did we have games to choose from, since every publisher on the planet is releasing the games that will be, hopefully, the big game of the holiday. We had Virtual Bart, Simpsons tie-in. We had Balls 3D fighting on 16-bit hardware. We had Road Rash for the 3DO. Now, there's a classic. We had Wild Guns, probably the best version of the Cabal-style cover shooter ever made. We had Shockwave on the 3DO. We had Final Fight Guy, because let's milk that 3-year-old game some more. And also one of my all-time favorites, Blackthorn. But we've decided to do something a little bit special because, of course, in October of 1994, we had was it Mortal? It wasn't a Mortal Monday anymore. I think it was a Mortal Tuesday this time, but we'll talk about it later when we get into the show notes. But we get the console and handheld ports of Mortal Kombat 2. So I do believe you are familiar with Mortal Kombat 2, are you not, Alex?
Yes, absolutely. I've heard of that one.
Excellent. Well, you're going to have to play all of them.
Yes, it's possible. I mean, so, as we talked about before on the show, I was a Street Fighter guy. I wasn't a Mortal Kombat guy. I played at least one of the Mortal Kombats on SNES. It's even possible I played Mortal Kombat 2 on SNES, but I definitely didn't play any of the others.
And well, we've got Super NES, we've got Genesis, we've got Game Boy, we've got Game Gear, and well, we're cheating a little bit because it's not going to come out for another couple of months, but we got the Amiga in there. So, are you ready to fight?
Yeah, let's see if I can score some kind of flawless victory. Spoiler alert, I don't think that's happening.
Especially not with this one. Welcome back, Alex, from your 7 minutes in heaven. So, for the uninitiated, how would you describe Mortal Kombat 2 on the Super Nintendo, the Genesis, the Game Gear, and the Game Boy?
Well, Carl, it's the game that's destroying America. I'm very distressed at the violence on display in these modern games, and I think we're going to have to do something about this. Are you with me, Carl?
Nah. I want more of it. I want more. Definitely more.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, it's a fighting game. I mean, it's Mortal Kombat. We all know what Mortal Kombat is. Just because I didn't play Mortal Kombat as a kid, my people were all Street Fighter people. I know Mortal Kombat. It's a fighting game with a heavy emphasis on combos and juggling and a fascination with morbid fatalities, but also babalities and friendships because, got to keep it light.
Definitely. So, okay, now this is a first one for us of looking at various different versions of a game, and it's perfect because all of these came out at the same time, but you did not play the Amiga version. Granted, it did come out a couple months later, but I'm only slightly disturbed by this. So now, we don't have to talk about the generalities of Mortal Kombat because you only played one round or one match per version. Yes, generality. But let's talk about the versions because this is an experience we don't get nowadays. If you have a game that's both on the Xbox and the PlayStation, they're basically the same game. So let's really get back into that weird mindset of you saw a screenshot and you knew exactly which console it was on. So
yeah, absolutely. I mean, there are definitely two things that were noticeable right away when comparing like the Super NES and the Genesis version. One of those is that the graphics, the background graphics were just, or the stage graphics were just so much more impressive on the SNES. There were foreground elements. There was a lot more detail in things. It looked a lot better in that sense. I mean, there are other ways where they differ in like resolution, but just in terms of detail of the environment and amount of colors on the screen, I mean, SNES stands out. The thing that really stood out from the Genesis is how much more aggressive the computer opponent was. And I was playing against two different fighters in the two games, so it wasn't 1-to-1, but I don't think that was all of it. I mean, it really felt like he was coming at me a lot faster and a little more sophisticated as well. Like in the SNES one, even with my limited experience and ability, I was able to kind of catch Sub-Zero in this kind of real cheese pattern and just kind of wear him down in one of the rounds. And there was no way something like that was ever going to happen in the Genesis version.
Yeah, you basically kneeled down and just hit punch,
Yeah.
and almost took Sub-Zero out by doing that. Yeah, the Genesis version, which is basically almost code exact to the Amiga version, you played against Baraka. Baraka would have just ripped you apart. You get one hit that way, and the
Yeah.
next hit better be something completely different. And that was just the first bout. I mean, it gets really hard from there. So, yeah, no, I was surprised by how easy you were able to to just ream him. It was almost
Yeah.
embarrassing how easy
Yeah.
that was.
Exactly. So, on the whole, it was definitely more interesting playing the opponent in the Genesis version. It was definitely prettier on the SNES version. When it comes
Mm.
to the other two, the Game Boy and the Game Gear, the thing that surprised me is actually superior version Game Boy, which I would have
Mm.
not thought going in. I mean, I think Probe did a great job considering the limitations of trying to backport a game like that to 8-bit hardware. So, I mean, kudos to them on both. I mean, I was impressed at how consistent both of them were. Fairly consistent frame rate, not too much sprite flicker, that kind of thing. But the Game Gear version was jerkier. Even though they
Mm.
kept things mostly consistent, a lot of that consistent was, well, at least it's consistently jerky instead of intermittently jerky. Whereas the Game Boy version just played really smoothly. I mean, they obviously both pale in comparison. You're not comparing them to the real ones, the Genesis
Mm.
and the SNES. But if I had to choose a handheld version and that was the only version I could play, I would choose the Game Boy over the Game Gear from my 2 minutes of experience with each. That being the caveat, of course.
Yeah, yeah. It had that very typical Game Gear slash Master System jerkiness to the backgrounds,
Yeah,
which, if anybody who's ever tried to play Space Harrier on the Master System will know that it has sprites, but it also uses a tile system, and anything that's too big, they always default to the tile system. So I'm almost thinking that they were using the tiles as opposed to sprites for the characters and for the backgrounds, which would also explain that jumpiness. So anytime that the scroll was there, it was jumping like a quarter of the screen, it felt like.
yeah,
That would probably be attributable to using that tile system in the background.
for sure.
Yeah, and the Game Boy obviously gets around that by using 1,000 little sprites and
Yes.
tiles. So yeah, no, and it's kind of also interesting. I don't think I asked when I interviewed the co-founder of Acclaim. I don't think I asked him why Sculptured did the Super NES port, but Probe did all the others. Now I know Probe was a company that they had purchased or were heavily invested in at this point, but I think they had already purchased them.
I think it's
Didn't they?
close. It's close. I'm not sure
Yeah.
if they quite had yet or not, or if it was, well, this is 94. So maybe I can't remember if it was 94 or 95. Around this time,
Yeah.
though, they were purchasing them. That's very true.
Yeah. Yeah. So, but I don't understand. I guess Sculptured had more experience with Nintendo. Maybe that was the issue. Who knows? But yeah, Probe did all the ports except for that one. And so, but yeah, I guess the important question then is, looking at all of these, would you recommend that a modern gamer try out these ports?
Yeah, no, I would. Now, I'm a Street Fighter guy. So, I mean, my pithy answer would be no, go play Street Fighter. But, but putting that aside, in all seriousness, I mean, I think these 16-bit fighting games have a very different character to them in some ways than the 3D fighting games. Now, I am not a fighting game aficionado, so I can't sit here and talk to you about nuance difference or this, that, or the other thing because, I mean, I didn't move on to the 3D fighters. Like, I didn't play Virtua Fighter, Tekken, Soul Calibur. I was basically done. I played a small amount of Smash Brothers, which I realize many people don't even consider a fighting game. But like in general, I haven't. But just from seeing these games and looking at them, I mean, there is a certain charm to just these beautifully animated, fast-paced 16-bit fighters that I think makes them still very playable today and still worth checking out. And Mortal Kombat 2, it's got a pretty good balance because there's more going on than in the first game, but it's not overstuffed. It's kind of in a good spot. So if like you're curious what a 16-bit Mortal Kombat game was like, I mean 2 is probably the one to try. So yeah, I'd recommend it.
Very cool. Very cool. Okay, then with that being said, let's check in with our good friend Ethan and for a little segment we call the Department of Corrections.
Hello, this is a prepaid collect call from
the Department of Corrections.
This call is subject to recording and monitoring. To accept charges, press 1. You may start the conversation now.
Welcome back, Ethan. So, what did we get wrong in September of 1994?
Oh, Carl, who even knows at this point? But here I am, fresh from Pinball Expo, to put this all in a timeline of some sort. We are going to get into September 1994 here in the Department of Corrections. Carl, you take your seat, and we have a guest with us today.
I think I've been here so often anymore that I'm a permanent resident at this point rather than a guest.
Yes, he is my toady, sitting at the side of the room, watching the things that go on. Will not comment on that any further. Hello, Alex.
Hello.
But the first thing is for you, for it is the Alex comment.
Uh-oh.
So, you went off on
It's
a little
been a long
diet.
time. I didn't say something nice about Hitler, did I? Because I don't want to say anything nice about Hitler, for the record.
Well, it
But all
depends.
the cool kids are doing it in quotation marks.
Well, it depends what you think of Chris Roberts, I guess. You were talking about the Wing Commander movie. And I think that watching the Wing Commander movie should be an incentive for the Patreons.
Forcing Alex to watch the Wing Commander movie, yeah, that's the kind of torture I think people will pay for.
Indeed.
Why does he have special navigation powers? Why is this happening?
For those who don't know, Alex has not seen the Wing Commander movie, so
I've read a
this will
plot
be
summary.
Yes.
So I know some of the horrors that await, but I've never watched it because Wing Commander means too much to me to desecrate it.
All right, well, Carl, let us know what the number is we need to reach a month, and then we'll have some fun.
I will definitely put out the feelers and find out, but if we can get at least a couple of extra subscribers out of it, it will have to happen. And as someone who walked into that theater that day, not having read any reviews because he didn't want any spoilers, yeah. Everybody should share that horror. Now,
Carl went in his full Kilrathi costume. I just want you to know.
I believe those are called furry suits, Ethan.
Well, now we're going to take off our fursuits, as we all collectively have, having just come back from protests, and we will begin into September 1994. First, we have some word faux pas. He said Delphin software. It is Delphine software.
True.
Mais oui.
Damn Frenchies.
Yep. Then you also said Dragonfall as the second Elder Scrolls game, which it's Daggerfall, though people who know the lore know that it really should be named Dragon Break, but that's a whole other story. Then, speaking of Software Toolworks, you're talking about their old-fashioned logo, and you were talking about it having barrels in the back of a carriage. But in fact, there is floppy disks in the back of a cart. So they are more futuristic than you think.
Indeed. So futuristic.
Speaking on the Senate hearings of video games. Now, if you had said only the initial Senate hearing, then you would have been correct to say that Doom did not feature because it came out the day after the first Senate hearing. But in the March 1994 Senate hearings, Doom was in fact there.
Yes.
Cool.
They showed it as an example, like, oh, you got to keep this under control.
Yeah. How did that work out for them?
All right, we're going to get a
shout out to FTB from our Console Wars read through, who did the most uncanny Lieberman impression.
Oh, yes, it was fantastic. We did finish a full read through of Blake J. Harris's Console Wars. At some point, we will do a very special episode talking about the book, as we did with Stephen Kent.
Have you guys posted that online?
Yeah, it's full. It's up there.
Yeah, it's all up there except for the one little bit that the recording got lost. But
man, OBS
or it didn't
is
record
a pain
properly.
Sometimes.
Yeah.
Mm.
But highlights include the Joe Lieberman impression, the story of Nakayama smashing a Pico, and the tragic tale of Tails.
Oh, don't forget about Count Olaf.
And Count Olaf Olafsson, who is a Dracula for some reason.
Okay.
It was a beautiful, beautiful time. I'm just going to let you know. But we will talk about it another time. All right, now we get into some opinion things. Carl went on the Byline about how the 32X was definitely so much better for consumers because, you're deferring the cost of the cartridges. Except they didn't actually. That's one problem.
Yes.
The games were still full price. They did not defer anything. And I've never believed in that idea that it's because they never significantly cut the price of the games. That's the bottom line. You need to cut the price of the games. The Famicom Disk System did that, but that had its own problems.
Well, but here my argument would be that in comparison with games that were using extra chips, like the Super FX titles, the 32X games were same price as normal Genesis titles, as opposed to the extra surcharge that you were paying when you bought a Star Fox or a Stunt Race FX or even the Genesis.
Do you know how many games you would have to buy
racing
to make up that difference?
Well, the difference is about $30 each. So
not $30. No, it's 20 at most.
I mean, if you look at the price, for example, on Star Fox, I believe launches at like 70 at the time.
Yeah, and a typical Super Nintendo game was 50.
Well, a typical Nintendo game, but I mean, an acclaimed title was usually going for about 40. And
that wasn't nearly as impressive. And Sega had the same deal. It's like,
yeah. I mean, granted, you got to buy a lot of titles before it makes sense. Now, if the thing had a shelf life of 4 years, it would have added up. But I agree.
Not for most consumers, because most consumers don't buy 5 to 7 games.
Oh, I completely agree. The average consumer is not. Let's face it. The average consumer. It doesn't make sense to buy a console for the average consumer. They buy 2 or 3 titles throughout the entire life of owning the damn thing, new titles. So guess what? Buying $200 or $300 worth of hardware is a completely nonsensical idea when you really think about it. But okay, we're getting off on a tangent.
We never do those.
Never.
Speaking of cartridges, Nintendo had indeed already decided on the cartridge, the May 1994, what is it, Fortune, Forbes, whatever, that famous one with the Yamauchi talking about...
Yes,
all that stuff. That is pretty much the line in the sand where it's like he says cartridges and says CDs later. So that is the point where you couldn't think that... they were going to go cartridge. They weren't going to go full CD.
Very good.
Yeah. also announced that we had that story a couple months before this already, where Yamauchi had said that they were going to go with cartridge.
Yeah, the question was in the episode, had they decided on cartridge already? And yes, they had.
Yes. Because we're recording these like 5 months apart from each other anymore. I mean, it's not even just because we had the story a couple of months ago in Time Machine time. It's been a bit longer in real time.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Then talking about Carl was going off on a thing about how the IBM PC has never kept up in terms of upgrade, like standard consumer upgrades. You're to like making comparisons to the LD PC and that sort of stuff. But Carl, have you ever heard of the never obsolete PC? Because that was a model that was tried and it did not work.
Yes, I have heard of it, and never say never. It's the only advice I can say there.
Then you were talking about communicating online, and you were saying through MUDs, but I think what you meant is through IRC, which did exist by this time.
That is probably what I meant, yes. And if I said MUD, I was probably wrong. Context.
You're on Game Brain.
What can I say? It happens. I mean, people talk in MUDs, right?
You would hope. But anyways, there was a discussion of a guy who was talking all about the benefits of CD and whatnot, and he was talking specifically about exploring Mayan ruins. And that appears to be a reference to an early demo of DVI, which Jimmy Mayer did a delve on. One of the earliest demos of DVI was related to ancient Mayan ruins.
The technology that killed CDI, though I think CDI would have died anyway. But it didn't help.
Yes, there's a whole lot to go in with that. When we get through the 80s jumps, we'll be talking all about that.
Indeed.
If we ever get there. Anyways, then we have Carl went off on a thing about democratization of information and whether or not it is good for the people. I will say, we had a private conversation about this. We're not going to go that far into it. But I'm just going to say that I am the dissenting voice against Carl on this. And also, more relevant, more than just opinions, he was saying, did anybody see this at the time? And SM Oliva sent in a opinion piece from George Morrow, which is a person who he is writing a biography about at the moment. So we can include that bit in the show notes if you want, and someone who seemed to have seen it coming.
Always good to hear from SM Oliva.
Exactly. Yes. The guy's great. Check out my interview with him.
Yes. And finally, the movie Three Colors was not by a French director. The director was Polish, but I believe the film is French.
Yeah, the film is French.
Very good.
That's all for the Department of Corrections for September 1994.
We came full circle. We started with a French correction, and we ended with the French correction.
Very nice. Okay, I'm going to leave you all to it. We'll be back here again for October 1994.
Ethan, as always, thank you for your service.
Well, bye.
Well, Carl, it seems as always, the 32X has caused some strong opinions.
Yeah. I mean, maybe my judgment is just colored because I just released my interview with Tom Kalinske, where we did discuss this whole thing, and I have this little bit in my heart where I like the idea of keeping old tech running longer, but that's just me. So that it's just an idea I'm very partial to.
Absolutely.
And I also know just how fucking terrible the Saturn turned out to be. So, hey, maybe. But hey, if you've already listened to my interview with Tom, apparently he thought so too. So there you go.
Indeed.
Now, with that being said, I think it's time to turn on the time machine and head back to October of 1994.
$4 billion a year business.
Breaking computer graphics.
Information superhighway.
Welcome back to October of 1994. Alex, what's our first headline?
Well, Carl, it's a big one. Nintendo caves to E3.
On October 4th, Nintendo of America Incorporated announced that it would attend the first Electronic Entertainment Exposition in Los Angeles from May 11th to 13th. Nintendo's vice president of marketing, Peter Main, said, quote, "As the primary force in the establishment and continued growth of the video game industry, Nintendo felt it was important to join with the rest of our industry in one strong, unified event that will kick off a new generation of interactive entertainment. We think this is the best possible venue for us to showcase our lineup of important second-half new products." End quote.
In other words, no one was going to come over to our house to play, so we had to beg our way into coming over to their house to play.
Exactly. So just for context, we've been talking about this for a couple of months now. The entire industry, after having to create a rating system because of the congressional hearings, also decided, let's have our own show because Consumer Electronics Show just was not treating us nice enough. And the sole big holdout for CES was Nintendo. And well, now they too have caved and will be at E3.
Exactly. Yeah. I don't think, I think Nintendo, Nintendo had been in the industry for so long. I don't know that they were completely comfortable with the idea that there was an industry body now that wasn't just like them, that being the IDSA that, of course, worked to put together the E3 Expo. I don't know that for certain. It's not like I've talked to somebody from there who said that, but it just feels like they did not want to be just another video game industry company. And by joining this whole thing instead of persisting with the CES Interactive show that the EIA promised they were going to set up for them, it would make them just a follower instead of a leader. I don't know.
Well, it's that, and looking back at some of the quotes from Nintendo, I mean, when the whole idea of the Senate hearing started, and we did our commentary track for the first Senate hearings, Nintendo was very much, well, we already have our standards. We don't need a rating system because we already take care of this. So the entire fact that a rating system has come through that everybody's going to follow, that the retailers are expecting, and they were forced to adopt the rating system. They didn't do it voluntarily. They probably would have preferred not to have it and just have all the retailers say no Sega product. And the realization that they're no longer big enough to call that kind of a shot. Even after they basically came away from that first hearing smelling like roses in comparison to everybody else. I mean, there's the infamous Howard Lincoln, you had a bad day, boo-hoo notice to Sega. I think that this was their attempt to say, well, we're still going to CES and hoping that everybody else would follow them.
Right.
And nobody did.
Exactly.
And on top of that, they also know, what we can't forget here is they know at this E3, this is really going to be the launching pad for Saturn and PlayStation. And they've got bupkis.
Yeah.
So it's not only that they didn't get to call the shots, they're now going to be at an event that they have nothing to show, where they are second tier the second tier as far as headlines. So yeah, this is a huge blow to their ego, but they just couldn't keep going and be the only one showing up at CES.
Absolutely. And indeed, it will be a bit of a blow for the Electronics Industry Association that puts on CES as well, as they are forced to announce that CES Interactive postponed.
Concurrently with Nintendo's announcement to attend E3, the Consumer Electronics Show has announced that it will postpone its CES Interactive Show, scheduled for the same time period as E3 in Philadelphia.
Yep. We, of course, talked about this in other jumps as well, but the EIA was basically playing chicken. It's like, okay, fine. We're gonna make a show for you, but it's gonna be at the same time as this other show. I forget who chose the date first, but the two organizations were playing chicken with each other. And since everyone voted with their feet, CES, the Electronic Industry Association, is the one that had to blink.
Yeah, and it was actually CES that announced their date first.
Yeah.
Yeah, we had the press releases. It was fairly close to one another, but it was CES that announced first.
Yeah, and that was E3 deliberately forcing people to choose, and choose they did. And as long as Nintendo was still coming, they could still hope to maybe do something, because Nintendo brings a crowd with them, third parties and other partners. But once Nintendo's not coming, it's like, no, there's not a fight here we can win anymore.
Yeah. So it's, I guess, October 4th. That's all the news we have from October 4th.
You would think, but the beginning of this month was very busy, as the very next day we hear once again from Nintendo, which lowers investor expectations.
Not the next day, the same day.
I'm sorry, the same day, yes.
Yeah. But this is over in Japan. So, Nintendo Company of Japan announced on October 4th that it projects a year-on-year drop in recurring profit of 9.6% for the fiscal year that will end in March 1995. This will be the second straight year of lower profits for the company. Expected revenues will also be lower for a second year in a row, down a whopping 27.2% year-on-year. Nintendo had projected sales of 410 billion yen, but has now had to revise that number down to 340 billion. After tax profit will fall a staggering 20.5%. Nintendo blames foreign exchange rates for the drops, aka the strong yen, and fears software price cutting in Europe and Japan. An estimated 50% of Nintendo's revenues come from exports.
Yeah, I mean, not much to say here, just because it's the thing we've been harping on this entire time. The recessionary trends in Europe are killing all of the video game companies. The oversaturation of the market with too many samey titles is really hitting home in Japan as well as abroad. And it's almost a crash situation. We are on the verge of having a repeat of 1982, 1983. Of course, that's not going to happen for a variety of reasons, but there's a reason I often on my podcast call this the crash that almost was, or the crash that never was, or whatever, because yeah, it's bad out there due to both the currency situation and just the market saturation.
Yeah, and there's a lot of fallout from this announcement. And we've talked about it before, but one of the big differences between Nintendo and Sega at this point is that Nintendo is a company that is reporting consolidated earnings. We talked about this in our 1980s jumps when they moved stock markets. I believe they went from Kyoto to Tokyo. They decided to consolidate. That was around the time of the Donkey Kong boom. And so they're talking about their worldwide actual sell-through revenue here.
Yep.
And that's why they're also so affected by a lot of this directly in their numbers. And they're announcing it, and the markets are reacting accordingly. So Some side information here. Nintendo further stated that many retailers in Japan have started to bundle certain new titles, which the retailers discounted soon after release, with hardware cutting into their profits, and that Nintendo has canceled the launch of some titles because they did not expect them to be profitable. And here, unfortunately, I don't know exactly which titles they're talking about specifically, but apparently there's a bunch of them that get canceled. And this bundling thing, I didn't quite understand. And I think, Alex, you have a better insight into this. What are they talking here about retailers bundling the titles?
So this is something, and we have this from Gorge's work on Nintendo. This is something the Japanese retailers did that is illegal in the West, which is basically when they had a saturation of titles and they had more stuff than they could sell. They did this in the NES era as well. They would actually force people to get the thing that they wanted, whether that is buying a new console or buying the hit game on the console. They would say, we will only sell that to you if you take these titles as well. And they wouldn't sell those other titles at full price necessarily. You'd get a discount on them, but they're forcing you to take inventory that you don't necessarily want in order to get the thing you do want, which, as I said, in the West would be completely and patently illegal.
Okay, so this is on the consumer side or on the distributor retailer side?
Right. This is the retailers doing this. So you see, it's not Nintendo saying we're going to do a new bundle for retail that packages these things together, which is legal. It's something that they do all over the world. No, because as this says here, that many retailers in Japan have started to bundle certain new titles. So this is retail being like, we have way more titles than we can actually sell. There's a lot of titles people don't want. We are going to force consumers to take some of these titles they don't want to get the things that they do want.
Okay.
And that's something that could happen in Japan. I don't know if it was, because I don't know Japanese retail law. I don't know if it was entirely legal and they could just do that, or if they had to be clever about it and it was just an accepted practice with a nudge and a wink. But it's something that no Western retailer could ever get away with, covertly or otherwise, because that would be entirely illegal. But you could do that in Japan, or at least retailers got away with that in Japan. They did it in the NES era as well, which is something Gorge talks about in his history of the Famicom. And they're doing it here as well.
Gotcha. And now, obviously, the discounting of the software. So retailer has title A and B, came out just a little bit ago. It's not selling. They reduce the price, or they force people to buy hit game C, force them to take the other two games with them. Now, the question is, how is this affecting Nintendo? So the normal modus operandi in the West would be Nintendo sells the cartridge to the retailer has it, and that's it. If the retailer has enough muscle, they can return some of the stock or something along those lines. But here the retailers are actually passing it along just at a lower price. It should be affecting retailers' bottom line. Why is it affecting Nintendo's bottom line?
Yeah, I don't know what the terms are like between retailers, distributors, and manufacturers like Nintendo in Japan. So I can't say that I have necessarily a good answer for that, but
yeah, there must be some kind of they get a percentage of whatever the retailer got for it or something along those lines, or it's just oversaturating the market to the point where Nintendo isn't expecting anybody to buy further titles. Because if you already have 3 games at home that you just purchased, then why would you buy the next title?
Yeah. Now, and I know in the West, there's such a thing as markdown money, which is if a retailer is forced to cut their prices, they can go back to the manufacturer and say, to move your crap, we had to cut our prices and you need to compensate us markdown money in order to in order to keep doing business with us. And, this came up actually in our recent Console Wars read through. Nintendo in the West refused forever and ever to ever do markdown money with retailers. And in this exact same period here, like the 1994, 93, 94 period, Toys R Us was for the first time able to force Nintendo to give them markdown money, which means that they compensate them for the difference in what they had to lower their prices to move the product, because it is becoming desperate out there in retail. And Nintendo doesn't have the same leverage it used to have, especially abroad where they have fiercer competition from Sega. So I have no idea if that concept of markdown money exists in Japanese retail, or whether Nintendo had such a stranglehold on the market there that they could be superior even if it did exist and be like, we're not doing that. But that was definitely an issue in the West, in the United States, and specifically with Toys R Us in this exact same time period. So it could be that retailers, because of the pressure in the market and the manufacturers getting a little bit desperate, a little less in control, that they might have had to provide some compensation for titles that had to be moved at a discount. I just don't know enough about the retail sector in Japan to say that for sure.
Gotcha. Now, Nintendo does give some guidance to investors. They say that new hardware launches in April 1995 and fall of 1995 should help remedy the situation. They're talking about the Virtual Boy and Project Reality at this point.
Yes.
And Nintendo predicts sales of the Super Famicom to drop about 20% in the Japanese market. So, it's very, very tough for them, especially because, well, we know what the Virtual Boy is going to do, and we also know that Project Reality, aka the N64, ain't coming in 1995. So, yes. And here's another note, and I think that this becomes kind of an ongoing story throughout the rest of the month. The markets reacted with Nintendo stock dropping about 6% the following day. Sega Enterprises, that's Sega of Japan, stock got dragged down too, though, with a drop of about 6% as well, after already falling a few points the previous day after a think tank report said that the European video game market showed signs of dimming.
Yes. And Sega heavily reliant on the European markets for a lot of its revenue, the U.S. market as well. And of course, as we've talked about before, and we'll no doubt talk about again, Sega is not at this time reporting consolidated earnings. And so they have been able to mask to this point some of their problems a little bit more. I mean, they've still announced some bad results in this time period, but people still don't actually realize quite how bad it is at Sega yet, because they're not doing consolidated reporting. They have all of that inventory in America is booked at the parent company as receivables and are therefore assets, when in fact a lot of that inventory is not going to move, and then they are not going to make good on those receivables.
Exactly. And I didn't include it in the rest of this, but almost every day this month until right before the end of the month, Sega's stock is going to continue to drop in Japan. It's a couple of points every day. And it's going to recover a little bit at the end, and the financial publications attribute this primarily to the fact that there's a lot of foreign companies, foreign investors who have bought into Sega stock. So they're the ones selling and then buying it back cheap at the end of the month. Yeah. But the fact that Sega gets pulled down, even though they have no official announcement about bad results, but the fact that, people are starting to see the cracks in this, and both of these companies are seen as essentially, if one of them is hurting, the other one's got to be hurting as well. And that, and that's was an interesting little insight here just from the financial publications blurbs out of Japan this month. And all this stuff comes from Japanese publications. Again, you guys can check out the sources in the show notes.
Yeah, I mean, Europe really is the canary in the coal mine. I mean, there's problems in the worldwide business, but because of the recession, Europe is kind of declining faster at this point. And that is a true canary in the coal mine, especially for Sega, even more than Nintendo, though for Nintendo as well, because they rely so much on those export markets. And indeed, the news directly out of Europe is not good, as evinced by our next headline: Thornton warns of UK video game market decline.
British company Thornton, a supplier of packaging to the video game industry, saw its shares go into free fall after it admitted that sales had, quote, not recovered in the first half of the current financial year, end quote. Thornton also said, quote, due to the current malaise in the video games industry, the company's interim results are likely to be significantly below market estimates, end quote. They further stated that they could not estimate how much of a recovery the very important Christmas business would bring. Thornton stock fell a third following the announcement.
Yeah, I mean, we've got the same problems everywhere, which is the market is saturating, and so people are losing interest. But we have recessionary headwinds in the UK and Europe that are making things even worse there. The industry is not as well established there. It's only within the past, 3 or 4 years that Europeans have been turning away from their computers, their Amigas, and kind of dipping their toe into this console market. So it's not as well established. And it's the canary in the coal mine, as I said. This is a sign that things are about to go really horribly wrong for the video game companies.
Yeah. And I mean, this headline's coming out on October 6th. And the fact that they can't foresee how much of a difference Christmas is going to make at the beginning of October means that the orders haven't come in. There are no orders for stock, or at least no significant ones. And we don't talk about them today. There is no Commodore news. The bankruptcy is ongoing, but there's no Commodore news this month.
Yeah.
But that's really left a lot of people in the European market. Like you said, people have just begun to get away from their Amigas. A big, fancy, flashy PC is out of financial reach for most, and especially in a recession. And so, what do they have to play on? And these expensive console games, which are getting more and more expensive with titles like Donkey Kong Country costing an absolute fortune. It's just not happening.
Absolutely. So, of course, this is the exact time, if you're a major video game distributor in the United Kingdom, to expand, right? Well, exactly. For good or ill, that's what's happening as Center Gold buys Core.
The makers of Chuck Rock and Rick Dangerous, Core Design, have been purchased for £5.34 million by publisher Center Gold. The cash and stock deal follows Center Gold's announcement that their pre-tax profits for the year ended in July were up 48%. Center Gold hopes to profit from 9 products Core is currently developing by porting them to more platforms and to distribute them themselves in the USA as opposed to licensing them out. Center Gold went public a year earlier and has seen its stock drop from an opening at 125 pence and a high of 169 down to a low of 85, and are at just 105 at the end of October. The company is currently pivoting away from cartridges and into multimedia.
Yeah, so, I mean, you can understand why a company like Center Gold wants to control its own destiny a little more and have some of its own product. They end up choosing very well in Core Design because one of those 9 products under development is a little game called Tomb Raider. But,
minor technicality, yeah.
But this extending themselves in this way comes at a bad time because there's about to be an apocalypse in UK distribution. And I'm sure we'll be hearing a little more on how that plays out for our good friends at Center Gold in some other jumps coming up.
Oh, definitely. Lots is going to about to happen. And for our European listeners, Center Gold used to be US Gold. That moniker is at this point already gone. It's Picking up core design at this point in time is going to provide core the funding that they need to be able to get these bigger next generation projects off the ground. And it's also, like you said, it's going to give them Tomb Raider. That's it, baby. And of course, yeah, this will lead us to Eidos and those very weird pyramid-shaped boxes.
Indeed. But, this definitely is, even though it doesn't work out for Center Gold because of heavier market forces in play, there's no doubt that this is an important time to be acquiring some of your own content if you're in a parallel field like distribution, because convergence, Carl, is the name of the game.
The business buzzword of the moment, according to the New York Times, is convergence, aka the merging of companies specializing in different areas of media in the hopes of gaining a leg up in the information superhighway gold rush. Telephone companies merging with computer companies, movie studios merging with video game makers, and more. The convergence is also playing out in fashion, with the distinctions between private and public clothing blurring, devices, multimedia or hybrid devices that include multiple functions like the IBM Simon cell phone / fax machine / personal assistant, or the Packard Bell Spectria that include a radio, TV tuner, and answering machine, and even politics where the lines between traditional conservative and liberal ideals are blurring. These mergers may all sound good on paper, but whether they truly will produce synergies or just cause culture clash, half-baked features, and best bets on possible futures that won't come about has yet to be determined.
But Carl, AOL Time Warner was such a good idea for a merger.
Yeah, that mess is coming down the pipeline.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of in a way a beginning of the formation of the dot-com bubble, but it's a little bit separate from that as well. It's almost like the dot-com bubble obscured all of this nonsense. Not totally, obviously. People noticed when AOL Time Warner wasn't a good idea, but it's kind of the first stage of that. The idea that content is now king, and we've been talking about this in several jumps, and no matter who you are within the ecosystem, you need to have your own content that you can move through these new telecommunications channels that are, in the case of Europe, deregulating for the first time, or in the case of the United States and other first world countries coming into being for the first time, in the case of the World Wide Web.
Yes, and this is, and I put this in here just because I had to sift through literally hundreds of articles this month. Okay, the Lexis printout for this month was over 1,000 pages, and I had to sift through so many of these because everybody is talking about the information superhighway. Everybody is talking about what kind of content will be on there, what kind of content won't be on there, what's going to be the thing that makes sense. And really there's this angst amongst all the companies of, if I don't get on there immediately, I'm going to get crushed by those who do get on there. But at the same time, what is online content even supposed to look like? And you're right, the dot-com bubble is going to sort of overshadow all of this because there's going to be so much money going into it with nobody really knowing what to do with it. I can't imagine that would ever happen again with any other kind of tech bubble where people would put money into something that makes no fucking sense. Yeah. If you're listening to
Carl,
this 6 months from
ChatGPT
now,
said that it was a great idea to put all of my savings into OpenAI.
Yeah. As long as NVIDIA keeps paying them to buy NVIDIA chips, this will work just fine. Right. The moment that ends, bust.
Indeed.
Okay, sorry, we're recording this in October of 2025. So people in the future, if you are now living in a open warehouse that used to be a data center, please. Or if you're
Drop us a
wondering,
line.
yes. If you can hear us over the hum of some machine in the background, yes. Okay, now.
And no, I just want to say one more thing though, and it's so funny because there are all these big mergers. Because as you said, nobody knows exactly what content on these new platforms will look like. And if only they had realized all they had to do instead of making these multi-hundreds of $1 million investments in other companies was to film their own cats. If they had known that's all they needed to do, how life could have been so different, Carl.
The one thing, the scene I think best represents this. Have you seen the Pam and Tommy Lee movie?
No, I haven't. The movie or the television show that with the limited series that was
the limited series. That's what I meant.
Yeah, I haven't seen it, but
it's amazing. I don't know how accurate it is to what actually happened, but as a piece of entertainment, it's brilliant. But there's a scene in there that is great because it comes down to the guy who stole the video and is selling physical copies of the video online because he can't get legitimate distribution for this because it's stolen material. He's selling it online, and he ends up having this conversation, this confrontational conversation with this young upstart entrepreneur who's doing very early webcam stuff. So he's got this, they showed this whole warehouse with little cubicles set up like rooms, and the girls are standing in front of a webcam, it's really jerky, terrible video and stuff. And he's like, why would anybody ever want to pay money for this? No, the physical VHS tape, that's what's going to win. And I think of that in this moment where it's like, the one thing that none of these guys are really thinking about or not talking about directly is the thing that ends up winning is accessibility.
Yeah.
If I can just click on it whenever I want. And I mean, we're getting off on a tangent. Imagine that.
Yeah.
Since we're joking about the AI bubble, the thing that is driving the usage of the AI isn't that it's accurate, because hell no, it's not. But it's immediately available and accessible. It's Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. Why did the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy was superior to the Encyclopedia Galactica? It wasn't just the don't panic sticker. It was the ease of access. You didn't have to read through tomes and tomes of stuff. It just gave you a quick, simple answer and was always there for you.
Yeah.
That's what the ChatGPT advantage was. That's what webcams were over porn on VHS. If you make something easy to access, people will use it. AKA mass shootings. Make guns easily available, people will shoot people. It's that easy. Accessibility is really the key. Okay, now that nobody who's ever voted GOP is still listening, let's continue. I love having my own show because I don't have to give a shit. Thank God I don't have to.
Some of us still live in this country, Carl.
And that's your problem. No, just kidding. Because I know you'll make it my problem. Now, okay, a side note here to this. And this is coming from the Financial Times in London. A new study by SRI International, formerly the Stanford Research Institute, says that the information superhighway is hyperbole, a myth, and that the great convergence of media and tech is not going to happen. Your TV, computer, video game system, and telecommunications will, for the most part, continue to remain separate competing industries.
Good joke.
Well, here, it's a good joke, but now 30 years later, Do you watch your television shows on your computer?
A lot of the time I do.
A lot of the time, but is that your main place for watching a movie or TV show?
Depends on where my computer's set up. I mean, I'm not just being I'm not just being contrarian.
Yeah.
Because with the proliferation of streaming services, oftentimes it is my computer or my tablet where I'm watching something.
Yeah. Well, and that's the thing. I mean, my computer is my computer, and yeah, I'll occasionally watch something here, but I still prefer to watch it on my TV. My telephone is still my telephone for making phone calls, but even though I'm making most of the calls over data. Video games, we still play video games on video game systems. I mean, there's not that many.
We also play them on our phones, Carl.
We play them on our phones. And I think this is where, and this is the thing that they're missing. We still have computers, we still have TVs, we still have video game systems. What they're missing here is a new device that does it all portably. And again, going back to that point about making things accessible, I can now watch my movie while I'm taking a dump. That's what none of the traditional devices allowed me to do. The convergence happens not because the other devices disappear. The convergence ends up happening because we had a new device that made it accessible everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the component that none of these guys are seeing right here yet. The smartphone isn't it isn't really part of their equation. That's the X factor that they're missing in all of these convergences. And the IBM Simon and the Packard Bell Spectria that are trying to become convergent devices, especially the Simon. Have you ever seen an IBM Simon?
I don't think so.
Oh, it's trying really, really hard to be a smartphone. I even had to look it up because I had no idea what it was. But it's got a digital screen. It's got text display on it, but it's this giant brick and it's monochrome and it's just way, way too early. And there's even a little spot with it on Computer Chronicles. But it's too early. The network isn't there yet. The content isn't there yet. But it's essentially the concept of the smartphone just way, way too early. And
Absolutely.
did you look at it?
Yeah, I mean, I see it here.
Yeah. I mean, it's using a stylus, which is, again, convenience issues.
All righty. Very interesting.
Yeah. So again, like I was saying, they kind of understand where this needs to go, but the Stanford Research Institute is just missing the point. It's going to be one device that is designed to do everything. And, I guess that's kind of, but don't worry. Sometime in 1985 86, we will be looking at I will force you to do a 7 minutes in heaven on a game that was my awakening to what a personal computer could actually do as far as multimedia. But we'll talk about it when we get there.
Indeed. Moving on in that convergence subject, it looks like Microsoft to buy Intuit.
Oh, yes. Microsoft Corporation announced it has signed a $1.5 billion agreement to merge with Intuit Inc., makers of the Quicken Personal Finance Program. This has triggered a shareholder lawsuit from an Intuit investor and regulatory scrutiny, as Microsoft already publishes a similar product, Microsoft Money. Microsoft has already agreed to sell Money to Novell, which will integrate it into its Main Street product line. Microsoft sees Quicken as its path to the online banking future and plans to make Quicken available to banks and integrate it into their systems. This integration, plus Microsoft's plans to launch their own online service to rival CompuServe and America Online, codenamed Microsoft Marvel, which some think will be bundled with Windows 95.
Yep. Microsoft's preparing for that networked future.
Yeah, and the reason I included this here is that there were a ton of articles. I mean, this thing causes an explosion in the news cycle. And just spoiler alert, the merger was going to fail amid backlash from both regulators and shareholders. So Intuit and Quicken continue to go down their own path. But the idea here is that Microsoft wants to get into this, and everybody's like, okay, well, what would you do with online transactions? And the one thing that immediately pops up to everybody's mind is you're going to buy software. Software sales with digital payments just seems like the match made in heaven. And in the year 2025, with physical copies of games almost non-existent, this is where if you get in on the ground floor and establish the way to make those payments, that's a lot of money, especially for a company like Microsoft, which sells software. So that's why I included it here, because that is really, they're like, well, you might be able to buy digital copies of books and stuff, and people are like, well, you're going to read them on the screen? No, software, that seems to be the golden ticket in the articles. Another little side note, Chase Bank is one of several that have adopted Microsoft Money as their gateway program for customers wanting to access online banking after their own portal software development failed. This is part of a larger fear that credit cards and other online services may replace traditional banks.
And indeed, our very next headline goes into more detail on this, as First Virtual Holdings brings banking into cyberspace.
The first online bank of sorts, First Virtual Holdings Incorporated, has announced that it will introduce a new international system that will make credit card shopping on the internet from a home computer secure and convenient. The company is currently negotiating with merchants, but expects the first signees will be those selling digital downloads. Yeah.
Yep.
And this is the other thing. The banks are very, very worried about this because these online banks, since they're brand new, will not be subject to the same regulations. And the credit card companies obviously are very tightly wound with the banks, especially in the United States. But yeah, this is something where everybody is freaking out about it in a very big way.
Indeed.
And this side note, this also comes as the Home Shopping Network, through its subsidiary Home Shopping Interactive Inc., has launched the HSC Outlet Net on Prodigy. Sales were brisk, especially among women, who make up 40% of Prodigy's subscribers.
Indeed.
Yeah, so online sales are going now. Obviously, they're not selling software, but this is everybody knows that there is money to be made somehow on this online thing.
Indeed, and that extends to other forming areas of e-commerce as well, as Microtime Media is bringing ads to games.
Ad man Daniel Bobroff, 29, founder of UK-based Microtime Media, is profiled in The Independent for his work bringing advertisements to video games. His 5-year-old company has over 80 clients and has cut such deals as bringing Coca-Cola sponsorship into the official Barcelona Olympics video game, Duckham's QXR motor oil into a Formula One game, and Adidas Predator boots in FIFA International Soccer. He was also responsible for the product placement of the Quavers snack character Colin Curley in Ocean's Pushover and Penguin Biscuits in James Pond 2 Robocod. Rates, Bobroff says, are based on the reach of games, how many are sold and played. A market research company carries out random samplings for them. And this guy, Bobroff, he's still out there today. He is still very active. Of course, nowadays he's promoting, digital currencies and all that crap. But the weird thing is that I remember when Ocean did this crossover for the Pushover title. Have you ever played Pushover?
No.
Okay. It's basically a puzzle game where you're this little ant and there's these dominoes and you have to move the dominoes around so that they're in the right order, and different dominoes will react in different ways. Some will go up, some will go down, some will split in two. And so you're pushing them so when you do knock one over, the whole screen will knock over. Really, really cool puzzle game. And James Pond 2 Robocod has this very weird thing at the beginning where there's these penguins on the ice, and the penguins get stuck suddenly in these biscuit packages, and you have to go and save them. It makes absolutely no sense with the game, and it was always this very, very weird fit, because if you weren't in England, you had no idea what penguin biscuits were.
Right.
But the fact that all of the promotions were done by one company, that this guy basically has this monopoly on this at this point in time, is kind of weird. And I had never heard of this guy until I ran across this article, and then I started researching him, and sure enough, I mean, he's been at this for 30 years now.
Yeah.
And it's kind of a weird and kooky concept. But he saw a hole in the market and totally jumped on board. It's kind of cool.
Absolutely. Moving now to more traditional media with an earth-shattering announcement as DreamWorks announced.
Media giants Steven Spielberg, David Geffen, and Jeffrey Katzenberg have joined forces to form a new movie studio. They have a combined worth of over $2 billion, and unencumbered by traditional structures, the new studio will no doubt be looking beyond movies to other media, including video games.
Indeed. A fascinating story for those who want to know more about all of that insanity. I would recommend the book The Men Who Would Be King, which is all about the formation and early years of DreamWorks.
Yeah. And I mean, obviously, they're going to be doing things like GameWorks, the arcade venture together with Sega. And obviously, there's going to be a whole bunch of games that come out of them. Some good, some bad, some Trespasser. And
well, they're gonna kickstart those World War II shooters that we still can't get rid of to this day.
No, and they will be the cause of Microsoft way, 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 way overpaying for Activision. But yeah, so interesting little side note, the studio has not been named at this point. So all the announcements come out, but DreamWorks, the word DreamWorks isn't in there yet. So I just wanted to make sure that Ethan knows. I know they haven't named it DreamWorks yet.
Indeed. Turning our attention then to a little bit of coin-op news, Sega expands Model 2 offerings.
Edge magazine shows previews of Sega's next two Model 2 based arcade games after the hardware's Daytona USA debut, Desert Tank and Virtua Cop. The hardware is also being used to develop the upcoming Virtua Fighter 2, while the flat-shaded Model 1 board will be used for the on-rails flight game Wing War.
Polygonal revolution is here, and it's not going anywhere.
No. Obviously, the Model 2 board is groundbreaking, sets whole new standards, and nobody remembers Desert Tank.
Indeed.
But yeah, I mean, it's here. They're pushing the boundaries, and obviously all of these games will be easily ported to the Saturn.
Of course. Meanwhile, Sega's biggest rival in Japan is not resting on their laurels as Namco's Empire of Egg ups the ante.
Namco's new Empire of Egg addition to its Wonder Egg development, housing high-tech attractions like an SGI-powered flight simulator and animation shows, is announced.
Indeed, and this is what we've talked about for some time before, about where the combination of the multimedia revolution and the advances in computer graphics have led some of these big Japanese companies to feel that the amusement park of the future will not be one of roller coasters and water rides, but instead will be one of elaborate simulators and virtual reality.
Yeah, and they will also very quickly discover you can't fit enough people in the damn simulator to make it really pay off.
Yeah, that's a bit of a problem. But in the meantime, they sure are going to try. And it's not only Namco trying, as Sega VR Parks coming to Canada.
Toronto-based Palladium Entertainment Corporation says that they are teaming up with Sega to build VR theme parks in Canada. The first will be built in Mississauga, Ontario, at a cost of $26 million. I'm presuming those are Canadian dollars, and is slated to open in 1995 with additional operations planned for Montreal, Edmonton, and Vancouver.
Yeah. Now, I mean, obviously, you already talked just a second ago about some of the the way the financial model doesn't add up. But at least in Japan, you can see a lot of the logic because the Japanese love theme parks and the Japanese are very space constrained on where they can build them. But bringing this concept to North America, which both Namco and Sega in one form or another are also trying to do in this period, it's a very different situation because you don't have that same real estate pressure to try to create compact theme parks packed full of virtual entertainment.
Exactly. I mean, the one advantage or the one reason to try to do it in North America would be distance. I mean, if you can put this into a relatively sparsely populated area or an area where people need to drive 10 hours to get to a theme park, maybe this makes sense as sort of a stopgap measure to give people entertainment where there is none otherwise. Especially in Canada, where, I mean, lots of winter months, you're not going to go on a roller coaster except for maybe a few months in the summertime. This might be an option. Now, Sega City at Palladium would open in 1996, and Palladium centers would operate on and off until today under various names and after some reconstruction and rebranding. So they do actually get this entertainment center idea off the ground. Sega's involvement does end up getting removed after a while. But yeah, I mean, the fact that they're still around as sort of a large-scale arcade setup, it's not the theme park that they were hoping for, especially not a VR theme park. But then again, in all these articles, when they're talking about VR theme parks, they're including Daytona and Desert Tank as VR theme parks. Virtua Cop is a VR game, and I'm doing air quotes here with my fingers while I say this, because they see it as a virtual world. If you're in a 3D game, it's a virtual world. They're throwing the virtual reality label onto it. But yeah. It's going to go for a while, but it's not going to be as big and elaborate as what they're pulling off with Empire of Egg and stuff in Japan.
Absolutely. Turning our attention then to Down Under, Aussie arcades go family friendly.
The Courier Mail reports that faced with increasing pressure from the likes of video and PC games and collectible cards, among others, traditional coin-op arcades are pivoting to family entertainment centers, just like in the US, with movie theater and theme park operator Village Roadshow and media tycoon Kerry Packer moving into the market.
Indeed. I mean, obviously we've talked about FECs and other jumps, but it's kind of, this is where they have to go now. Back in the day, it was, the kids that wouldn't be allowed to go to the shady, seedy arcades would be the home console users, and then the teenagers would go to the arcade as part of a night out. But now the teenagers that are interested in that kind of thing, they have their Genesis systems, they have their PCs, they've got their more sophisticated gameplay at home. And so now it's kind of back to the flip side, where they have to start courting that children's market, and more importantly, courting parents who need activities for their children in order to keep that arcade space going, which leads to this kind of family entertainment center concept where video games are a part of it, but they're not the only thing. It may be a Discovery Zone situation with tubes to climb through, or it may be miniature golf and go-karts and a small video arcade. But it's definitely turning back towards a place where the family goes, as opposed to something that is primarily throwing itself at teenagers. Exactly.
And they really don't have a choice in the matter.
Yeah.
Like you said, it's the other ones are the traditional market is just not there. And the fact that they mentioned collectible cards, they're clearly talking about Magic.
For sure.
But, that's where the teenagers' money is going. It's so sad.
So sad, unless you got and held on to one of those Black Lotuses in Alpha. And oh boy, you're putting your kids through college now. Turning our attention then from the coin-op space to the console space, next gen battle lines drawn at Japan Electronics Show.
The Associated Press's report from the Japan Electronics Show highlights the upcoming battle for next-generation supremacy in the console market. 5 next-gen console platforms were on display. Sega, with the Saturn, was demoing Virtua Fighter ahead of its November launch. They also announced that JVC would be launching a version of the console with their own branding, but neither company would release a price point. Sony showed off their PlayStation and said that the price would be considerably less than 50,000 yen or $500. Panasonic's Real 3DO, currently selling for about $400, was on display. The company estimates that about 300,000 units have sold so far in Japan, but had hoped for 1 million units. Sanyo began selling their 3DO system this month in Japan, but has no plans for overseas sales. Pioneer was showing off its laser active system, and NEC demoed its PC FX system, due out later in the year.
And I think the most telling thing here, quite frankly, is that there's so much caginess on the price. Sega not even wanting to give a price, Sony being like, well, we promise we can do it for under $500, but not saying anything more than that, because, this is kind of the conflict that we talked about before, led to the 32X and everything, is that there is clearly a new generation of better hardware coming, but it is also coming with price points that consumers have never seen before. And that is going to be the real battlefield. I mean, price is always a battlefield, obviously, in any consumer product, but it's really going to be a battlefield this time around, because companies are asking consumers in a market that is already starting to depress, that is already starting to oversaturate, that they just need to trust us and spend several hundred more dollars, and we promise you're going to love what's coming in the next few years. It won't be like those boring 16-bit scrolling games.
Exactly. And it's also the fact that there's so many hardware platforms out there,
Yeah.
which is just insane when you think about it. Uh, and also, just to put this in the chronological space, this is a report that's that's being published on October 4th.
Mm-hmm.
So remember, October 4th was also the day when Nintendo announced lower sales expectations and all this other good stuff. So the fact that these prices aren't being mentioned kind of makes you feel that maybe Sony is hoping Sega will panic, or is waiting to see what Sega's going to do with their price. Sega's waiting to see what Sony's going to do with their price.
Yeah.
And Panasonic is also maybe going to do something with their price. PCFX doesn't tell us how much it's going to launch at. And just as a side note here, GamePro, the magazine, reports that a CD version of the Neo Geo should be out in Japan in time for Christmas. That wasn't mentioned here in the Associated Press's report about the Japan Electronics Show, and that the price that they're estimating it's going to be sold at is $475.
Yeah. This is a high risk, high reward generation that is about to get started here. And obviously we know how it turned out now because we lived through it, but the amount of uncertainty and the amount of gambles that were being taken by all of these companies in this period of time is really rather extraordinary.
Yeah. Well, and as a consumer, it's an unbelievable gamble, because if you bought this console, you can't just go out and buy another one. Probably your financial means, I mean, we're still talking about a demographic that is primarily teenage boys.
Mm-hmm.
This is a major investment for them. If you're suddenly stuck with a console that has no software support, that blows.
Yeah.
And it's also interesting to note this idea of multiple manufacturers releasing OEM versions of the same console. Because JVC's V Saturn would be one of several OEM versions of the Saturn launched. JVC had previously made the Wonder Mega system, which was a hybrid of the Sega CD and the Genesis. Hitachi and Yamaha, which were both involved with the development of the Saturn, have also announced that they will be selling OEM versions of the machine. And Hitachi would launch the High Saturn, but as far as I can tell, Yamaha's machine never materialized.
Yeah. And, I don't know this for sure. This could be way off base, but I do have to wonder if some of that OEM manufacturing stuff was part of negotiating to try to get components as cheaply as they possibly could. Like, knock just a little more off the price of your CD-ROM drive, knock just a little more off the price of your sound chip, and we'll let you OEM the system. And so you'll get some real return on that investment through that method. I don't know that that's true, but when there's so much struggle to get prices to a point where consumers want them, it wouldn't surprise me if that was some of the calculus.
I think that may have been some of it, but my theory on it is this, and this comes from some of the reporting out of Japan, that they keep talking about how each one of these companies is going to be selling it through their normal, typical retail connections.
Mm-hmm.
So, for example, JVC is better represented in home electronics. So while Sega is going to be selling this to video game stores and toy stores, the JVC model is going to be available in your typical home electronics store.
That makes sense too, yeah.
Yeah, and so I think that what's going on is that they're trying to piggyback by putting the JVC logo on it, piggybacking on existing retail distribution channels, which obviously going up against Sony is extremely important because Sony's already represented in all of those channels except for video games.
Sure.
That's the one area where, at best, through some of their game releases, they have representation. And this gives Sega that chance. And you're right. All of these companies, they were the co-developers of the hardware, or at least components of the hardware. They have a vested interest in selling a lot of these chips. So it would make sense that they would open up and use some of their political capital with the retailers to push these Sega devices in there in the hopes that they will sell more units.
Absolutely. Now we're going to do something that we have done from time to time on the show here, which is we are basically taking a series of events here in real time, this kind of domino effect. So we've had this showing at the electronics show where everyone was being cagey. And now we're going to start getting a series of announcements falling in place like dominoes, starting with Sega announces Saturn launch price.
Sega Enterprises Limited of Japan said on October 7th that their new console would launch on November 22nd in Japan and have a list price of 49,800 yen, with a special introductory price of 44,800 yen from November 22nd to January 31st. Sega hopes to sell 2 million units in the initial year and have 41 games available by March of 1995, priced between 4,800 and 8,800 yen.
Yeah, and I know you've got a note that goes into a little bit of this as well, but this is kind of the beginning of showing where Sega is going to get into a lot of trouble. Because Sega does have a system with a very poor manufacturing cost. I'm sure in part because they've done some last minute jury rigging of things in response to the Sony price. So they have a manufacturing cost that isn't great, but they also have an incredible fear, I think, of Sony being able to come in on them, even if Sony doesn't come in at a lower price, being able to come in and flood the zone. And spend whatever they need to be successful in the space. And so we are seeing an unexpectedly low price point and then a bonus, even lower introductory price point, because Sega has basically made the decision that the only way we are going to be able to get the install base we need in this generation is to sell our system at a loss and hope that we make up for that in the sales of software.
Yeah, and we can't forget that in Japan, Sega is almost a non-issue in the 16-bit race.
Absolutely.
So that means that they are not coming in with any console loyalty backing them. They're also not launching with a mascot character that people will desperately want to have. The way that all Nintendo has to do is say, we're launching with a Mario game, and boom, there's 1 million sales. And so, yeah, they are essentially, with the exception of some arcade titles like Virtua Fighter and Daytona, which have some cachet, they're coming into the market as equals to Sony, only without Sony's marketing muscle.
Yeah, because I was going to say, because that is the one thing that they have going for them, and probably where they're putting some of their hope in being able to recoup those hardware costs and software sales, is that they are the tip of the spear of the polygonal games revolution, particularly in Japan, where Virtua Fighter has been a sensation. And I do think that they have some hope that they can replicate that success that they've had with Virtua Fighter and Daytona in the arcade in the home. That is their one thing. They don't have the brand loyalty, they don't have the big mascot that people in Japan care so much about, but they have been the hotness in polygonal arcade games, and they have a system now that can bring those into the home. I think it's their one hope.
Yeah, and if I remember correctly, they launched the 32X in the new year in Japan. It's not out in time for Christmas, so the only way to play Virtua Fighter is on a Saturn going into Christmas.
Yeah.
Whereas in the United States, well, you had Virtua Fighter already for a year on the 32X.
And it just wasn't as popular in the United States.
Of
The
course,
original
yeah.
Virtua Fighter was nowhere near as popular in the US as it was in Japan.
And none of the sequels either. I mean, it was never never the big seller.
Absolutely.
So some side notes here, like you already talked about, the lower than expected price for the Saturn seems to have triggered a sell-off on the market. Again, this is following up on what I mentioned earlier about the constant drop in the shares in the sales price of shares of Sega.
Right.
According to Jiji Press Ticker Service, an official at a major Japanese securities house said Sega may be targeted by foreign hedge funds, considering the large amount of sales orders from foreign brokers. BPTJ But Sega Nintendo stock dropped continuously all month on this news, with Sega stock hitting a low of 4,510 yen before recovering some at the end of the month and rising back to 4,900. At the beginning of the year, the stock was at 9,540 yen. So it's basically halved in the price in 1 year. Since the beginning of the year, so 10 months.
Yeah, I mean, the trouble is becoming apparent. I think that this is just not a console that Sega is going to be able to make profitable, and there's not a lot of faith, I think, in Sega's software library to make up the difference. It's just Sega's in a really bad spot here.
Exactly, and Edge magazine speculates whether the two big racers for the new 32-bit systems, Ridge Racer and Daytona USA, will take advantage of the system's link cable abilities, especially the Saturn's ability to link up to 6 consoles. And, this is the thing that made Daytona and the arcades so popular, was the fact that you could have the linked competition. And of course, the first release of Daytona USA on the Saturn will have link cable option. What do you think, Alex?
I'm going with a no there, Carl.
You would be correct. It will not have link cable options.
Doing like we did back in the old Xbox days and bringing all your Saturns bringing 4 Saturns into somebody's house.
Exactly.
It's just, but as I said, this is just the first of many dominoes. You're fine. This is just the first of many dominoes that will fall, because now that Sega has opened the floodgates on price, we learn that Matsushita announces cheaper 3DO.
Matsushita Electric Industrial Company, parent of Panasonic, has announced that it will begin marketing a new, cheaper version of the 3DO console in Japan on November 11th. The new version will do away with the front-loading CD tray and be much lighter and cost 10,000 yen or $100 less, bringing the suggested retail price down to just 54,800 yen or about $550. Matsushita hopes this will boost sales, which have only amounted to 1/3 of their original expectations. Current 3DO models have already been priced by some large-scale retailers at 39,800 yen.
Yes, I'm sure a price cut that makes it still more expensive than the upcoming Sega Saturn is really going to jumpstart those sales. 3DO, just a system trapped between generations with no way out.
There's a way out. Granted, the out is an exit sign, but we will talk more about that a little bit later in the episode. We're not done with the 3DO just yet. Now, just as a reminder, this comes after the U.S. price of the 3DO was dropped from $500 to $400 in the last few months. So but the fact that the retailers in Japan are already selling it for under $400, or for $400, let's be honest, is a sign of Matsushita no longer has control over the price of this thing. The market has decided 400 is the max they can get for it. This new price reduced version is going to be, it has to drop below that $400 price relatively quickly on the retail shelves.
Indeed. And then finally comes the big blockbuster announcement on price as Sony announces PSX price.
On October 27th, Sony Corporation of Japan announced the launch price of the PlayStation. The system launching December 3rd will have a suggested retail price of 39,800 yen, or about $400. Sony expects to sell 100,000 machines on the first day, 300,000 in 1994, and 1 million within 6 months. Software for the PlayStation will have an average price of 5,800 yen, as opposed to the 7,000 for the Saturn and the 9,000 for the 3DO. Quote, "We think our strongest point over competitors will be software. Customers want cheaper software and we plan to give it to them," end quote, said a Sony spokesman.
Yeah, in light of what Sega announced, this isn't quite as dramatic as what we're going to get in half a year in E3 in the United States, but this is still a pretty big bombshell when you consider what Sega announced earlier in the month. A massive undercut on hardware cost and a massive undercut on average software price as well. This is what Sega's been dreading.
Yeah, and they gave themselves 20 days probably to crunch the numbers, make sure that they covered their bases. But yeah, the fact that the software is going to be so much cheaper. Now, granted, remember, Sega announced that their games were going to be priced between 4,800 and 8,800. So, when Sony's talking about a 7,000 average price, we don't really know which titles would be in that range, but still, the fact that they're saying we're going for 5,800 is a pretty clear sign that they are going to flood the market. And at $100 cheaper, there's really no debate which system is going to prevail.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
And then after the big guns got all their announcements out of the way, little in EC, and not little in a computer context, but little in a video game context, little NEC reveals PCFX launch date and price.
On December 9th, just a week after Sony's PlayStation hits, NEC plans to launch the PCFX at 49,800 yen, or about $500. 500,000 units are expected to sell the first year. And no, they will not sell 500,000 units.
No, and they always knew. We don't have a lot of insight into what was going on at NEC, but judging by the way they approached the PCFX, they always kind of knew that they were going to be frozen out by the big boys. They weren't really trying to replicate the success of the PC Engine in Japan, which was fairly successful on its own terms, even though it was still dwarfed by the family computer. But they've clearly even overestimated, their niche space in the market. Because this is not this is not going to happen. I think what they probably thought is that they could maybe sneak in with a slightly cheaper and still fairly powerful system, and there just wasn't a chance with what Sony has going on. I mean, that vertical integration at Sony, Sony can do its own CD drives. Doesn't need a partner like Sega does with JVC, for example. It just means that there really isn't a place for the PCFX. And they're gonna, they're giving kind of aggressive estimates here, but my recollection, we'll see if that holds up in the jumps, is that they back way the hell off of even these kind of projections very quickly once they see how the rest of the market is shaping up around them.
Yeah. I mean, it's a system that really doesn't understand that it needs to be a full 3D system as opposed to just an FMV system.
Exactly. They kind of
And
got they got caught in the wrong market, like several companies did. Everyone was told multimedia that was the future, and it was until Virtua Fighter appeared in the arcades and a little T-Rex demo started making the rounds of the home developers.
exactly.
And, the companies that bet on multimedia are now paying the price and struggling and trying everything they can to make up some of that ground, including 3DO to charge developers $3 fee.
3DO has announced on October 21st an aggressive advertising campaign to promote the console in the US. The campaign is expected to reach 91% of all US TV households with 1.5 billion media impressions. The campaign will be financed through a new Market Development Fund, or MDF. The MDF will be funded via a new $3 per disc surcharge paid by 3DO licensees on top of the existing $3 per disc fee.
Of course, for those that don't remember, one of the ways that 3DO was supposed to revolutionize and open up video game platforms was by having incredibly cheap licensing fees to lower the barrier to entry and to allow companies to keep more profit on the software that they are selling. And it turns out that there's a reason that those other video game companies charge slightly higher fees. And it's not just because they want to have so much control over the platform. It turns out you have to spend a lot of money to make money in the console business, and you need to get that money from wherever you can.
Yeah. And so this announcement on the 21st, I'm sure that it's going to take a long time for the developers to sit back and really take this in and deliberate whether or not it's a price worth paying.
3 days later, 3DO devs revolt.
The Wall Street Journal reports on October 24th that game developers for the 3DO are calling the new $3 per disc surcharge illegal and ill-timed and are up in arms over the decision.
Yeah, I mean, 3DO's between a rock and a hard place. They can't sell any more systems unless they have more capital to go out there and market the system. But the only reason third-party developers really even decided to take a chance on 3DO is because it was relatively cheap, so we might as well. So now you have a system that has very little market penetration, that it's already not worth the time of the companies that committed to 3DO really to put out games on that system. And now you're telling them, and by the way, we're going to take more money from you to publish your games that you're probably already projecting little to no profit on due to the install base of the system.
Yep. And this is a major fiasco for them. I mean, it's around this time that EA decides to scuttle their NHL game for the 3DO. And I don't believe that there's any further titles, maybe with the exception of Wing Commander 3, which they were probably going to port anyway. But there's no new titles announced for the 3DO from this point forward, as far as I could tell.
The great stab in the back, as Trip Hawkins himself puts it.
Yeah, it feels
I don't think
like
it's a fair characterization of what happened.
Yeah.
I'm just saying that's how Trip Hawkins puts it.
Yeah, exactly. But I think that this may have been the straw that broke the camel's back here.
Absolutely.
Just from the timing. Yeah,
exactly. The next generation's coming. It's looking mighty attractive. And the 3DO most certainly is not. But not everything in this weird half generation is all doom and gloom, because it turns out Toys R Us to stock Jaguar.
Oh yeah, Atari is still here. Atari has announced that nearly 300 Toys R Us stores will be stocking the world's only 64-bit game console, the Atari Jaguar, this holiday season. This comes after Atari launched its Do the Math ads on September 12th.
Yeah, I mean, obviously I don't know, but my guess is Toys R Us did not take that much stock, and they were probably just kind of like, well, there's no big new systems coming out this year. So, everyone's not coming out in the US until 1995 at the earliest. We might as well stock some of these in the holidays and see what happens. Maybe we make an extra buck and we'll just send them back everything we don't sell. So it's really like if PlayStation and Saturn were coming in 94 in the US, I bet they wouldn't give Jaguar the time of day. But this is just a kind of like, why not Jaguar kind of situation.
I am 100% certain that that's exactly what this is. And I mean, and plus they've promised them a new big ad campaign, so they don't have to do a lot of work to move what little bit they are taking in. Now, interesting little side note for the Jaguar, since there's not a lot of Jaguar news this month. GamePro says a Jaguar modem will be out by Christmas that will allow simultaneous chat and gaming. Price of $100 is estimated. The modem will be made in small quantities and only one game will actually use it.
That sounds like Atari. It's like, yeah, we'll put out some hardware. Software? What's that?
Exactly.
I mean, that sounds like Jack Tramiel is what I mean, whether it's Commodore or Atari. That sounds like the Tramiel family.
Yeah. I mean, they speculate there's a whole bunch of games that could use it, like Doom and so forth. But yeah, the reality is there's only one game that ends up having the code for this, and only a handful of the modems ever get produced. So if you do have one of these modems, you can play it. And apparently it does actually work. You can do both. You can talk and game at the same time with this thing. It's like so much of what Atari did, some really cool, interesting tech, and then just completely let down by everything else.
Indeed. But in the previous generation, it turns out there is still a little bit of life left in this old console war as Nintendo retakes 16-bit crown.
Sales figures for September showed that Nintendo retook the lead in hardware sales in the 16-bit market in the USA, with 54% of sales to Sega's 46%. Analysts attributed the rise to new Super NES games and the Super Game Boy adapter. Sega isn't worried, though, as they say they are saving their ad spend for the rest of the year, and they had the majority share the first 9 months of the year.
Donkey Kong Country is turning the tide.
Yeah, Donkey Kong Country really is making a big difference, but I also think the Super Game Boy is a huge factor here. I don't know how many units it sold, but I can imagine there's a whole bunch of kids who finally want to actually see what they were playing this whole time on those blurry screens.
Exactly, and by this point, there are a number of pretty large and sophisticated Game Boy games like Metroid 2 and Link's Awakening that make a lot of sense to get a shot at playing on a big screen. Funnily enough, I mean, I'm not the typical demographic here. I did not own a Game Boy. I finally did, like in 1998 or something. I did not own a Game Boy because I wasn't interested in kind of that system with that hard to see screen that you play on the go. But when the Super Game Boy came out, I bought it, and I bought Metroid 2 and Link's Awakening and a couple of those other bigger games that it's like I'm excited that I can play these now in my living room I don't know if a lot of people did that, but that's how I felt about it.
To be honest with you, I can imagine a lot of people falling into that category. Alone, Donkey Kong. I mean, that with the extra levels and stuff, it was an awesome game, and the Game Boy library at this point is huge. I mean, just hell, I probably would have bought it just to play Demon's Crest, for God's sakes.
Indeed. And with things looking up at Nintendo nixes Play It Loud campaign.
Adweek reports that Nintendo has ended its Play It Loud campaign after just a few months. The Children's Advertising Review Unit of the Better Business Bureau criticized its depiction of tattoos and kids on skateboards without proper protective gear violated their goals for positive social behavior in kids. While many ads in the video game industry have caught flack, this was the first time a whole campaign got nixed according to industry insiders.
I'm sure that played a big role because Nintendo is always very conscious of its image. But, also, I've interviewed George Harrison, who was in marketing at the company at the time, and he indicated as well that it never really fit. Nintendo never really felt comfortable going into this type of campaign. They kind of felt pushed into it and then didn't like being there. I'm sure partly because they were getting pressure from groups like this, but partially because it was outside their character. And I also think that with things like Donkey Kong Country and the Super Game Boy coming along, they're experiencing an upswing that has everything to do with the quality of their games on offer, and that they don't necessarily need this big, loud, edgy, try to be like Sega flashy campaign to maintain pace, that they feel like, maybe the games can speak for themselves again. So I think it's probably a combination of all of those things. I mean, certainly I'm sure Nintendo hated being called out by the Better Business Bureau as well when they're so protective of their family-friendly image.
Oh, definitely, definitely. And those ads, I mean, if listeners, if you haven't seen these, I'll add a link to them in the show notes again. We talked about when they first launched a few months back. They're absolutely freaking awful. I mean, it's like, yeah, badass. And you got this cartoon Mario. It's like, no, dude,
they had no idea how to do this kind of campaign. I mean, it was way too far out of their wheelhouse. And so, why take this kind of flack for something that isn't even good? Let's just bury it. And turn our attention to some more direct marketing around our hit software as Nintendo mails out 2 million video cassettes.
Nintendo has decided to go big to promote their upcoming games Donkey Kong Country and Killer Instinct by mailing out 2 million VHS cassettes with a 13-minute-long promo video titled Donkey Kong Country Exposed. Half of the cassette will go to Nintendo Power subscribers, while the other half will be mailed to people culled from direct mail lists. According to Jerome
that's George
Harrison.
That's George.
Oh, George. Okay, a total typo on my part. George Harrison, not the Beatle, Nintendo's director of marketing. This is a new approach for Nintendo that traditionally has seen the market very broadly, but that they now want to segment it into light, medium, and heavy users, with the heavy users being those that, quote, spend a disproportionate amount of their income on the product, end quote. Nintendo will also do a series of publicity events on CompuServe, including a 1-hour 3 Men and a Modem event where Minoru Arakawa, Howard Lincoln, and Peter Main will take questions from the audience. A Donkey Kong trivia contest, grand prize is a trip to NOA HQ in Redmond, a tech talk with engineers from NOA and Rare about Nintendo's new advanced computer modeling or ACM system, and exclusive gameplay clips will be available to download, 1 new clip per week for 5 weeks. Nintendo expects to generate over $100 million in wholesale revenue from the game after having received orders for 2.2 million units of the game. Sales of over 5 million units are expected through March. Wholesale prices are estimated to be $50 per unit, according to the Wall Street Journal.
Yeah. I mean, and this is just what I was saying. I mean, they realize they have something interesting to talk about again. The generation has been kind of tired. There's been a lot of retreads. Donkey Kong Country, not necessarily super revolutionary gameplay as a platformer, but good solid gameplay, and then just these out of this world graphics. They don't need to play it loud campaign, quite frankly, because they have Donkey Kong Country. Just a couple of other notes. This chat did take place. A small portion of it is quoted in the book Console Wars, which has its problems, but it was interesting to see the quoting of some of this chat in there. And the other is that I was a Nintendo Power subscriber at the time, so I got this tape, and I'm pretty sure I still have it unopened in its original shrink wrap. Not because I was saving it as a collector's item, but because I didn't care to watch a promo video cassette, but I also didn't want to throw it away, so it just kind of sat there.
Have you seen the video since?
I have not. I should pull that up on the YouTubes one day.
It's in the show links. I have watched it. It is the most 1994. Well, it's actually probably the most 1992 production you've ever seen, but released in 1994. And it's basically some wannabe surfer dude sort of guy walking through the Nintendo offices and being like amazed at everything that happens while these guys in suits are telling them that there's games. And the only Killer Instinct bit comes right at the end, like the last 10 seconds. The guy walks into a room with signs saying you're not allowed to come in here, and very briefly you see Killer Instinct on a TV and a bunch of Nintendo employees around the thing playing the game, and they're like, no, you gotta leave. But you get like this little glimpse of Killer Instinct. And it's clearly would be exciting for kids getting this in an age when you're not getting a lot of media about it. And this idea of promoting it online with clips and stuff, they're clearly going after the people who have enough money to pay for this premium product, because it's a $50 per unit wholesale price. I mean,
yeah.
Normally you're thinking a 50% markup at retail. This thing it's going to get the same markups that you normally expect from hardware. And I think we may have talked about it already, or maybe it was part of my research for this month. Edge Magazine reviews the game, and they talk extensively about how many had been complaining that the 16-bit generation of software was what they called under-programmed. That, they weren't taking full advantage of what 16-bit software could do, and that DKC shows, just how great 16-bit software could be if you did it right. But then they also add the comment, or maybe it's just a side effect that only Nintendo could put this many ROM chips in a cartridge and still be able to sell it. And that, it's very telling. And Nintendo's going to use the slogan for, I believe, Donkey Kong Country 2 is going to be, they're going to use for a while slogan for the Super NES, which is the system that keeps the hits on coming, or something along those lines. And that's an ad campaign we're going to see, as they're basically hoping the N64 will finally come out and they have to compete against 32-bit systems.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry. So but that $50 per unit wholesale price just kind of shocked me when I saw it.
For real. Because
there's virtually no profit margin left over for the retailers. And nobody else, no other game publisher can dare charge that much for a title.
Absolutely.
So, except maybe Koei, but okay. The little side note. Koei, they knew how many they were going to sell, so it's I guess it's okay. Now, the UK launch of Donkey Kong Country will actually beat both the US and Japan on November 18th. and no doubt thanks to the game being developed by UK based Rare. So the UK gets the world exclusive first go at Donkey Kong Country.
Indeed.
Fun fact.
Meanwhile, in the third-party publishing space, a couple of big moves coming out of Acclaim. First, Acclaim gets Marvel license.
Acclaim Entertainment Incorporated has signed a deal with Marvel Entertainment Group to license several of its comic book properties for video games. While Acclaim can distribute games under the Marvel software label using Spider-Man and Wolverine, Acclaim will get exclusive rights to the Fantastic Four and Iron Man.
Indeed, of course, Acclaim tried unsuccessfully to buy Marvel Comics a while back when it was up for sale, which is why they pivoted into Valiant Comics. Acclaim is definitely a company that feels, I think more than any of the other video game publishers, Acclaim is a company that feels this kind of content is king kind of model developing. And they've been really desperate to shore up content for this brave new digital world. They haven't always had access to the best of content. They couldn't get Marvel, so they went with Valiant Comics. They couldn't keep their coin-op deal with Williams going, and so they tried to create their own coin-op division. I wouldn't say that they were always going about it in the best way, but they did recognize, I think, what was coming here, and this is another example of that.
Oh, yeah, definitely. I mean, again, check out my interview with Greg Fischbach. They really, really, really felt that they needed properties, and at this point in time, they also realized they couldn't depend on other companies always providing licenses.
Absolutely.
I mean, they have a long history with Marvel because they purchased LJN that had the Marvel license before this. And I don't know what happened here because the Fantastic Four game never materializes.
Yeah.
The Iron Man game only becomes the Iron Man and the Exo Manowar crossover game a couple years later. It's very awkward that they had this and they didn't do anything. They're going to publish a whole bunch of Spider-Man games and some Wolverine games, but
right.
Especially the Fantastic Four one, that should have been obvious. But then again, maybe it was just one of those developments that started for the 16-bit systems, and by the time they realized it wasn't going to pay off, it was too late to pivot the project over to 32-bit.
Yeah, certainly one to try to track down one of these days.
I've already forwarded over to games that weren't. It is now in their archive.
There you go. And in that same vein of buying up content and making sure they have places to send it, TCI buys into Acclaim.
Cable Giant Telecommunications Incorporated, aka TCI, has purchased a 10% stake of Acclaim Entertainment, and Acclaim and TCI will form a new joint venture to begin developing network games for cable services.
There it is. Everyone trying to figure out that new digital distribution space, and both Acclaim and TCI trying to get on the ground floor of something, whatever that something is, trying to get on the ground floor of a building that hasn't been built yet.
Yeah, figuring out how to make games work over the network, be it multiplayer games or distributing software over the network in such a way that it can then be played off of a set-top box or something else. These are all the questions that everybody is trying to answer at this point.
Indeed. Another company still trying to figure out what the future of video games may be is Virtuality. And Carl, Virtuality is virtually everywhere.
After having launched its IPO last year, British VR company Virtuality has been busy making deals throughout the video game and computer industry. They have just announced a deal with Atari Corporation to release a consumer-level version of their VR hardware by next Christmas. The Jaguar-compatible system should cost less than £300, according to the Sunday Times of London, but Atari itself claims in a press release that it will be under $200. Virtuality has also signed with Sega to use its tech for the recently unveiled Tech War arcade game and with IBM for their Project Elysium range of VR systems aimed at the professional engineering, architectural, medical, and educational markets.
All I want to say is if you're looking forward to a $200 commercial grade VR set that's worth anything at all, I've got some oceanfront property in Florida to sell you next, because oh my goodness.
Yes, I believe the direct quote from Leonard Trammell was, "I tried the VR thing and almost puked."
Indeed.
Yeah, so obviously virtuality is way, way ahead in this. They have the functioning hardware. They are the person to sign deals with, even though nobody quite knows what they're going to do with it. It's almost like they're the OpenAI of 1994.
Virtual reality, always 5 years away from breaking out.
Yeah. Couple of side notes here because there's so many side notes on this topic. Sega would change the name of their game to Sega Net Merc to avoid confusion with William Shatner's Tech War.
Yeah. So
that became the name of that project. Atari's settlement with Sega saw its stock surge from $2.78 to $7 on the news that they now had a $90 million war chest. And this was actually a note that was supposed to be attached to something else entirely.
No worries, but I'll say I doubt it's so much that they have a 90 million war chest is that they have $90 million that some other poor cash-strapped company might be interested in acquiring in a stock swap.
You might be onto something there. But yeah, so that was actually attached to the whole idea of them launching the new ad campaign and the Toys R Us thing, and I just did not move that line when I was redoing the notes. And just
That's
sort of
right.
on a side note with virtuality, because it's not the only type of very or relatively expensive a system that you can set up in an arcade. David Rosenkrantz, a director of UK-based laser tag chain Laser Quest, has recently purchased several virtuality machines for its locations. His estimate of them, quote, "Virtuality is not a product that people want to play again and again. The hardware is expensive and the software is limited." And
a thrilling endorsement of his new devices.
Yeah, I mean, now granted, he's saying this in the Financial Post, so it's not something that the average punter coming into the laser tag arena is going to see. But
absolutely,
it's very clear that all the problems that we currently associate with VR are already present 30 years ago.
Indeed. Now turning our attention to the relatively new world of ratings, the ESRB announces rating milestone.
Dr. Arthur Pober, executive director of the Entertainment Software Rating Board, announced on October 5th that the ESRB had rated more than 100 games since beginning operations on September 1st.
They are moving fast.
Oh, hell yeah. They want to be ready for this Christmas. And I'm sure that they're giving each of those games the very thorough review that they are supposed to be doing.
Absolutely.
Now, we spoke last month about how Doom 2 was the first game that the ESRB rated. That was their very first one, Doom 2.
Indeed, because it's coming. It's coming. There may be more on that later. But meanwhile, at this point, the ESRB is not the only ratings game in town in the United States, as the RSAC rates Doom.
The Recreational Software Advisory Council, the computer and shareware software industry's rival to the ESRB, has released a press statement announcing that they have rated id Software's doom, among others. Big names like Maxis, LucasArts, Interplay, and Certec have announced their intention to submit titles to RSAC for rating.
Indeed. Just a good reminder that this is a new space and is still a little bit unsettled at this point.
Yeah, it's not going to last for very long that it's unsettled, but
yeah.
The fact that they've retroactively now rated Doom is telling us something. But again, it's the shareware and the computer guys who do not want to be bundled in with the same kind of rating system as those console guys who are clearly shooting for the kids and the toy stores. Plus, shareware, they don't have the money for it. I mean, the per game fee is just a little too prohibitive for most shareware developers.
Absolutely. We end our console news with a dubious distinction from our good friends at Sega as Sega breaks budget records.
Sega is currently filming what might be the most expensive console game of all time, an FMV game about firefighters called Fahrenheit up in Canada. The film segments alone are expected to cost $1.8 million.
And I'm sure all that FMV will be totally worth it.
Oh, yes. And if you haven't listened to my interview with Tom Kalinske yet, when I asked him the question I ask all of my interview subjects at the end, what was the one development that you thought was going to be huge that went nowhere? And what was the one development you thought you didn't see coming that became huge? Well, the one that he thought was going to be huge that went nowhere was FMV. And he said, yeah, it's how could I have known that people just wanted really nice sprites? Well, guess what? Now you know.
Now you know.
But it explains why these investments were being made, because at the time, I mean, again, just like with the PCFX, caught between generations. I mean, a project like this you don't just put it together over a weekend. They probably just made the decisions about this Fahrenheit thing a year ahead of time. And and now they've kind of have to go through with it.
Indeed. Turning our attention then very briefly to the handheld market, mobile phones set to be hot Christmas item in UK.
The London-based The Independent reports that marketers have planned in £80 million to market mobile phones as the hot Christmas item of 1994. 300,000 new users are hopefully going to find them under the tree. Dixons expects mobile phones to be the third biggest category this Christmas after multimedia PCs and mobile audio equipment.
It's coming. Do you think, because, I don't follow this part of the mobile market very well, do you think some of this is because of deregulation and the way it is spurring innovation and investment in telecommunications markets? Is that why in Europe, in the UK, we're suddenly seeing this surge?
Exactly. And that's exactly what is happening because they've deregulated it. And because the networks don't have the incompatibility problems that the US mobile networks had at the same time, it's a lot easier for people to buy this device. And, you can just pop in a chip and you're good to go. It's not like, you have to get the device from the supplier, from the service provider, and so on and so forth. You're not, this device will only work with Sprint. This device will only work with whatever. That's not the reality in Europe. And so as the moment that those deregulations came in that we've talked about for the last 2 years at this point, you go down to Dixon's, any big retailer, you buy the phone off the shelf, and then you go and get the card from one of the networks, and everything works. And that really makes this a market where it's like, okay, I can have this device and you're good to go. But it's happening because of that at this moment.
Makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
And now, for those gamers on the go worried about their immortal soul, Bible goes Game Boy.
Wisdom Tree Incorporated, maker of fine unlicensed Bible-themed games, has announced their port of the King James Bible to Nintendo's Game Boy handheld. That has sold an estimated 10,000 units since it first debuted on May 12th.
Yeah.
Yeah, 10,000 units. I mean, that's a lot for Bible on a Game Boy.
Yeah, sure is.
Now, the article also says that Wisdom Tree claims to have sold 350,000 copies of its Bible Adventure Cart for the NES. Which, I mean, it feels high as a number, but then again, I mean, I don't know how common that thing is on the used market these days.
Yeah. And I mean, if you were a parent that felt that was into this kind of thing, I mean, you basically had no place else to go.
They did corner that market pretty good.
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah.
But yeah, King James Bible on a Game Boy. My God.
I know who would want to. I mean, and this is not denigrating religious people. It's just who would want to read biblical text on that screen.
Exactly.
Is really what it comes down to.
And I mean, if you're going to do a search, there's no keyboard. You now have to go through the letters with the no. Oh.
It's just there are better ways to do that if that's your jam. That's all we're saying.
Exactly.
Turning our attention then to computer news and computer games, we start with a big one as October 10th is Doomsday.
Doom 2, Hell on Earth, held its massive launch party at a church-turned-nightclub in New York City. Talking about blasphemy here. More than 500,000 copies of the commercial game have hit store shelves via publisher GT Interactive Software. The follow-up to the shareware hit is at major retailers such as Walmart, CompUSA, and Software, etc.
Yeah, I mean, this was a really big deal. I mean, I remember it being a really big deal because it was going to be available at retail. I mean, I did eventually actually get a full version of Doom that I sent in the money, and I didn't pirate it. I sent in the money and got discs in the mail. But I don't know. There was, I mean, as someone who was younger at that time, was not a college student or even a high school student. It's like there was something about sending in the money for the shareware that felt weird. So it was very exciting to have a retail release of a Doom game. And, for me personally, and I remember going to a CompUSA and they had a copy of it running on one of the computers there that anyone could play, and just being so excited to play that. And also immediately checking to see if the cheat code still worked, and they did. So that was good too.
It's almost like it was just a level pack.
But some great levels.
This is true. I have to admit I did not own either, but then again, I did not get a PC until 2 years later. So I'm still an Amiga user at this point.
Amiga users, you kind of needed them chunky graphics capabilities to run Doom, and the Amiga graphical chipset could not chunk graphics, which made it wholly unsuited to an entire generation of games that was coming out in this time period, including Doom and Doom 2.
Oh, yeah. And granted, we had our attempts, and they all sucked.
Yep. Wrong architecture for the problem at hand.
Exactly. Now, USA Today reports that its next game, Quake, is planned for a Christmas 1995 release and is, quote, going to be a lot more bloody and brutal, end quote, than Doom, according to John Romero.
And that's just its effect on the id Office.
Yeah. Now, this is actually not the first mention of Quake that I came across, and I forgot this last time we did a 40-plus year jump. So in the September 1994 editorial page of Video Games Magazine, the magazine that used to be Video Games and Computer Entertainment, they actually talked about Quake, that the editors had been talked to by John Romero about Quake and how it was going to be this big, huge action thing and full 3D, blah, 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 blah. So they actually were the first publication I could find, at least from a date standpoint, with information about it. And I just overlooked it, and I didn't read it until after we recorded last time. So big shout out to that magazine for getting the scoop, if you will. But yeah, are they going to make Christmas 1995?
We'll find out.
We'll find out. I don't think so, but oh well. That's another issue entirely.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Turning our attention then to the PC business, IBM falls to fourth place among Aptiva sellouts.
IBM, which was virtually tied for first place in the PC market in 1993, has fallen to fourth place, just as it has announced that its new Aptiva line has sold out its 125,000 unit initial run in just 3 weeks. Retailers apparently ordered 200,000 units, but IBM underestimated actual demand. The revenue shortfall going into Christmas is estimated to be $100 million, according to the Wall Street Journal, and marks just the latest in a long line of miscalculations by IBM concerning the demand for its computers.
Yeah, 1993 to 1994. Let's see. What happened in there? Oh, the Pentium processor came out. And what does the Aptiva run on? Oh, it's the 486. I wonder what's happening here. Yeah, I mean, obviously for a while now, I mean, ever since Compaq beat them to market in 1986 or whenever with a 386 machine, they have been slowly kind of losing that edge in the market. And like the jump from the 486 to the Pentium is just kind of completing this process. IBM is completely out of step because the Pentium, thanks in large part to a ridiculously successful marketing campaign by Intel, has become the wave of the future of the PC industry overnight. And IBM is not ready to take advantage of that. And so they're just going to sink a little more.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's not going to end anytime soon. The October 17th issue of Ad Day reports that IBM has teamed up with Nickelodeon, Milton Bradley, Mattel, and McDonald's for a Halloween-themed promotion of the Aptiva line as they are pushing into mass retail. Just for context, on October 7th, the Wall Street Journal reported that they've already sold out all the machines. So they're going to have this mass promotion, and there's no machines for people to buy.
Great timing, guys.
Yeah. And it also comes as IBM has announced the discontinuation of its PS1, PS2, and value lines of to streamline its offerings to just its core PC, Aptiva, and ThinkPad lines, and to limit its part costs.
Yeah, because I mean, this is a period in time where, you know, kind of the big, if you want the brand new technologies, you're going to go to the big companies like the IBMs that have more expensive offerings. IBM isn't ready to meet that demand because they're not doing well in the Pentium space. But I'm just saying, you'll go to the IBMs and the Compaqs of the world. At this point, if you want something cheaper based on older technology, you're going to a Taiwanese or Hong Kong clone maker. You're not doing one of these big American companies anymore. And so, yeah, it makes sense that they would discontinue all of their older kind of out-of-date cheaper lines because nobody's going to buy that from IBM. They're going to buy it from Acer, at this point.
Well, I was just amazed that they were still doing the PS1 and PS2 at this point.
Yeah, I mean, the PS1 especially, it was such a disaster.
I mean, just think about this. They're still supporting that product.
Yeah.
And it's like, what the hell?
They're a mess.
I mean, it's which may also explain why they only produced 125,000 of the Aptivas.
Yeah.
Because their production capacity everything has a limit, and they're wasting resources on stuff that is old instead of realizing the PC market is only about the latest, greatest, and that's it.
Well, I mean, the PC market that they can take part in. I mean, I agree that in the majority of it's the latest and greatest, but the problem is, like, what market there is for the old stuff at this point, it's completely like a Taiwanese, East Asia, Hong Kong market. A company like IBM's never going to be able to compete with the Acers of the world on the cheap stuff. And now they're in a position where they can't compete with the Compaqs of the world on the latest and greatest stuff. And so they're just in a really bad spot. And like you said, that's going to continue.
Oh yeah.
And I mean, it's the speed of the fall, which I think is entirely about the Pentium market suddenly surging, probably more than any of the PC makers expected, that they were virtually tied for first place in 1993, and then fell to fourth place, just a year later. I imagine, like I said, I haven't looked into this like super closely, but I imagine it was the rise of that Pentium market and IBM being caught completely flat-footed, because I know the Aptiva didn't use it. Later they did, but not the launch Aptivas. They were all 486s in a Pentium world.
Yeah. And like you said, with all those cheap Taiwanese and other Asian imports, you now suddenly have to be using that super cheap labor to make those margins make sense.
Exactly. And of course, if some are falling, that means others are rising, as Packard Bell rises to third place in PC biz.
Packard Bell, the PC maker that was an early mover into mass retailers, has managed to become the third largest seller of PCs in the USA and the top seller of PCs to the consumer and home office market. They are expected to account for 10% of all US PC sales in 1994, reaching close to $2.5 billion. Packard's latest system are coming equipped with all sorts of extras like built-in radios and TV tuners. Clouds are forming on the horizon, though, as they have pushed the launch of their new multimedia PC line, Spectria, to after Christmas, and they have canceled a big fall advertising campaign for fear that their production capacity won't meet demand. So what we're seeing here is exactly the opposite of IBM, where they're realizing, okay, we can't meet demand, we're pulling back. And also their selling point is this multimedia concept, but not just, well, we have a CD-ROM drive, so now we're a multimedia PC. They're really experimenting with all sorts of extras, which for the most part, they're sourcing from Japanese companies. So they've got to deal with NEC. There was this whole big article about them getting components like the radio and TV tuners, and how it was basically like they got this deal, so they threw them in there. And that was their big selling point, because it's also one of those things that if you're at retail, it seems very impressive when you're showing it to people.
Absolutely.
And I did have to do a little bit of research on this because I was kind of curious where this company came from. And this incarnation of Packard Bell was not really related to the original tech pioneering company of the 60s, but was formed in the 80s by a group of investors who just bought up the name. And the company, this company will not be independent for much longer, selling out to NEC in a few years. And NEC was one of their suppliers of parts. So
Yeah.
That kind of makes sense.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And with all of this burgeoning demand in the PC space, it should come as no surprise that Microsoft revenues jump.
Microsoft has announced a 27% jump in its first fiscal quarter, with revenues, net earnings jumping a whopping 32%. Sales of its Windows and Office products accounted for most of the growth. Revenues were $1.25 billion, with net income coming in at $316 million. North America represented 34% of revenue, an increase of 1%, while European sales declined as a percentage to just 23% from 28%.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of a perfect storm here because the Pentium has captured the imagination of the technophiles, and the cheap PCs coming from the Far East are really spurring lower prices and spurring greater PC adoption, of the slightly lower end stuff. You had that whole multimedia promise thing that was going on, and now you have this whole World Wide Web promise thing where now we're telling everyone that, their kids will be left behind if they don't have the internet. And so there's a lot of forces working in tandem here to just really expand the PC space. And, even speaking like for my own family, I mean, we had a PC before this, but we bought a PC in like 1987 or 1988, and then didn't upgrade anything about it again. It was very basic, but we got in on the Pentium bandwagon. That was the first time where I truly had a state-of-the-art computer that could play state-of-the-art games. And my parents kind of kept up with technology ever since after that, after not having done so before. I mean, the computers they have today aren't like great gaming machines like what I have, obviously, because they don't play games, but they actually try to keep their computers reasonably current. And it feels like this was the period of time when a lot of people were going there for the first time in terms of wanting to have some of the latest in PCs and keep up with PCs as they continued to grow throughout the 90s.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, in like you said, this pressure that without the internet, bad things were going to happen, it's just a topic that is in every news article at this point. And obviously you need a PC to be able to go onto the internet, and Microsoft has the operating system. And this is 1984. Wait until we get to Windows 95. Then there's a whole new boom coming down the pipeline. I mean, this is still the Windows 3.1 people buying into the system. And everything PC is booming. I mean, granted, there's still other operating systems. So, for example, Apple's quarterly revenues are up 16%. Compacts are up 63%. And their profit numbers are even better than that. And Bill Gates was listed as the richest man in America by Forbes magazine. And in a sign that the tech bubble hasn't quite hit maximum inflation yet, he is also the only tech mogul in the top 10.
Yeah. Because this isn't really the .com bubble quite yet. We're still a couple years out from that. This is just the PC and the PC compatible finally hitting this huge market penetration. Of course, the other thing I didn't mention is that it's now become everyday equipment for just about every white collar worker. And so in addition to, bringing them home for the kids or whatever, there are a lot of people buying PCs for the first time because they're like, I need to be able to take my work home and do my work at home too. And so you have white collar workers that are like buying PCs as well so that they have that for work in the home. It's just massive growth in all fronts in this time period.
Exactly. And obviously, this is also affecting console sales, because if you're upgrading the PC this year, you're probably not buying the Super NES or Genesis for the kids because you've already got a game machine or the budget just isn't there.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And just to highlight another aspect of this new exciting market and how it's changing, build to order PCs boom.
With prices in the PC market having been slashed by between 20 and 35% this year, the up-and-coming order-on-demand companies seem to be getting a leg up on the competition in what is turning into a ferocious price war. Dell is now selling a Pentium computer for under $3,000, and the price differential between a notebook and a desktop PC is disappearing. Dell has seen sales quadruple since 1991 to over $3 billion.
Yeah. And, again, with my experience, when I said, in this period we got a Pentium, and that's how we did it, not from Dell. We went with Micron, but we went with one of those build to order PC companies in order to do that.
And this, of course, sorry. And this, of course, bypasses the problem that we just talked about with IBM, where they have to build all these things ahead of time. If there's new tech out there, boom, you just put in the new tech.
Right.
And this lowers your overhead. It lowers so many other problems. And the fact that everybody seems to be ordering on demand. And like you said, that ad campaign for Pentium, you may not know much about computers, but you want a Pentium chip.
Exactly.
It's quite insane. But yeah, the price war is on. But I mean, we're still talking $3,000 in 1994 money for a computer is not cheap.
Absolutely.
But I mean, granted, when my dad bought our Commodore 64 with a monitor, with a disk drive, with a color printer back in 1985, he dropped about $1,000.
Yeah.
I mean, and there was a little bit of quite a bit of inflation between 1985 and 1994. I mean, it's not tremendous, but you're talking about 20% or so.
But this is a period when the American economy is going absolute gangbusters in the 90s. And there really is this excitement. We're not quite to the dot-com bubble itself yet, but the hype that leads to the dot-com bubble is already there. There is so much talk about the information superhighway. There's still lingering talk about multimedia from, a couple of years back. And there's just, having lived through it myself, I mean, the idea of computer technology is just permeating the air in a way that it just wasn't at the end of the 1980s or the beginning of the 1990s. There's this excitement. Microsoft is hyping Chicago, Windows 95, which is coming. It's just, it feels like a period. It feels like a paradigm shift in work, in leisure, in dissemination of information. It's the true dawn of the information age, for ordinary Americans. I mean, there's been the ARPANET, there's been research networks, and there's been BBSs for the tech savvy, but this is like the true dawn of the information age for the ordinary American, and Americans are primed for it. And because the economy is going well, the Americans have the money for it, and they're just going gaga for this stuff.
Yeah. And we also can't forget the effect that the computer graphics revolution in the cinemas is having.
Oh, absolutely.
Because that's really in your face. This is what computers can do now. I mean, Jurassic Park still looms large over all of this. I mean,
Terminator 2 and Jurassic Park, both, for sure. Absolutely agree. But
such exciting times.
But those aren't the only opinions on where this whole technology thing is going, as Hyundai and DLT see PC to TV as the future of multimedia.
Hong Kong-based display research laboratory and Korean electronics firm Hyundai have joined forces to market PC to TV technology. They see the rise of multimedia CD-ROMs played through PCs as the replacement for Laserdiscs, and the inclusion of VGNRTM to TV conversion hardware in computers or as add-on cards will be the path to make this market evolution possible.
So, I mean, the thing to say here is there's definitely a feeling that's going to continue throughout the decade into the next decade, that as much excitement as there is for PCs, as much excitement as there is for the internet and for this technology, and as much as we're seeing increased adoption in certain segments of society, the computer is always going to be a device of the den or the office. And to truly capture the hearts and minds of Americans, you have to get it into the living room. And so we're going to see a lot of this where people keep talking about the ways that they are going to bring the computer revolution or the internet revolution into the living room.
The set-top box is still lingering in the background. And curiously enough, we're going to get a lot of this ultimately first through game consoles and then smart TVs. But yeah, I mean, I still remember when I got my first PC, the first upgrade card I bought for it was a TV tuner card, so I could have TV on the screen. And then I made sure that my next video card had a TV out, so I could plug it onto my TV set. And I didn't quite know what I was going to be doing with it, but I was going to have my computer on my TV.
Yeah. And it's not a coincidence that video games were part of what finally realized that, because there is literally a direct line from the 3DO company to Web TV, one of the big set-top companies, to the Xbox 360, which was arguably the first console that was somewhat effective in delivering multimedia and internet-based video game content or video game system content to the living room. There is a direct line there.
Oh, yeah.
In terms of personnel involved.
And we will have to talk about it. And I bought my 360 because my dad, who's a soccer nut, wanted to watch European soccer games through ESPN3, which was the online service back in the day. And the only way that I could deliver it to him effectively was through an Xbox 360.
There you go. There you go. And who were all Web TV people, who were before that 3DO people. It's all connected, man.
Yeah, and it all goes back to the Amiga. So,
of course, Carl. Of course it does. Of course, Grandpa.
The 3DO. Come on.
I know, because Michael and Needle were at Amiga.
Exactly.
No, I agree. I get that. I'm just joking around.
Saying, I know.
There's a connection back to the Amiga as well, and then from Amiga, you go back to Atari. So
to the 2600. I know
exactly. It all.
The J minor trilogy. The J minor trilogy.
It's like history is a continuum, and one of the points of this podcast is to show the connections between things over time. I don't know.
This is true. It is kind of our mission. Oh, well.
Indeed. Meanwhile, in a blow to the 3DOs and CDTVs of the world, FMV goes software only.
While multiple hardware makers are betting on MPEG-capable add-on cards to bring full-motion video to games, the Duck Corporation of New York thinks software will suffice. Their True Motion system will be used in GameTech's upcoming game, Quarantine. The system promises high-quality video without any add-ons. True Motion will go on to be widely used on PC and the Sega Saturn.
Yep, we're entering the heyday of video compression and video decoding software technology. And we talked about way earlier in the episode about IDOS about to come along into the video game space. And of course, they got all of their money to get into the video game space because they had a cool video compression software that everybody loved. This is there's going to be a little bit of a mini gold rush into this space in the middle of the 90s here.
Oh, definitely. I mean, if you can deliver that full motion goodness, even if there's a lot of scan lines, people are going to like it.
Indeed. Moving on then to the mergers and acquisitions space, Mindscape buys SSI.
Mindscape Inc., the company that until recently was called the Software Toolworks, is not done buying up competitors as it has purchased Strategic Simulations Inc., the storied strategy and RPG game publisher.
I believe you've interviewed Joel Billings, haven't you?
Yes.
Yeah, and I have as well. And yeah, I mean, as he's put it to both of us, like SSI at this point was still a family company. Like there were family members of his that if the company fell apart would be out a lot of money. It was a true family company in an industry that was no longer that. And so he just really felt that pressure that he really couldn't continue as a publisher anymore in this space. He didn't necessarily mean to leave the computer game industry, though that's what ended up happening through some occurrences afterwards. But you just can't be a family company anymore in this cutthroat business.
Yeah, and especially after the loss of the D&D license, they're really everything got too expensive. I believe he told me that he probably should not have bet as heavily on the RPGs and stuck with what he knew, the strategy games.
Sure.
But then again, that market was all but dead at this point in time.
Yeah.
I mean, he would have had to go real-time strategy, something that he never really warmed up to. And I mean, he's still active today. I mean, he's part of a small publisher that makes these really, really, I'm going to call them super geeky turn-based strategy games. But I mean, it's not the kind of thing that anybody's going to make a fortune off of, unfortunately.
Absolutely. Then we got a newcomer showing up as Corel gets into games.
Corel, makers of WordStar and Corel Draw, have announced plans to follow in the footsteps of other big productivity software companies like Microsoft and get into the interactive multimedia game business with a new line of CD-ROM-based game products to be marketed along with their newly cost-reduced Office Suite software bundles.
Still got that little whiff of Sillywood here.
Yeah. It's like everybody else has kind of already figured out that's probably not the way to go, but Corel is feeling the pressure on all sides. Microsoft Office is simply outselling them, even though they're more expensive, and going the way of we're the cheap version of this is not going to help them. And as we reported on last 40-year jump, Adobe Photoshop now has the whole layers thing, so Corel Draw and the Corel graphics software is going to be less and less important in the market in the coming years. So they don't make a lot of games. I think there's only a couple of titles that come out from them that then they either spin it off or change the name. I don't know what the corporate shenanigans are there, but yeah, this is a very, very short-lived venture.
Indeed. And we end our computer news on a note of mystery as Will Wright working on Project X.
As part of the media hype surrounding SimCity 2000, Will Wright has revealed that he is working on a new game, codenamed Project X, that will appeal to a variety of different gamers and be inspired by the fascination people have in building train sets and playing with doll houses.
Doll houses, you say?
Yes.
So
I wonder what this could be.
Is it a sequel to Little Computer People?
Very, very possibly. Although I'm sure that he would deny that for intellectual property reasons.
But yes, As those who have listened to my Will Wright podcasts or have just gone on the internet and done their own research know, this is, of course, what becomes The Sims, which goes through a very tortured development process, mostly because Will Wright cannot convince anybody around him that there is any value at all in this game that he's making, which obviously turns out to be very, very wrong.
He had the same problem with The Sims until Don Daglu was like, no, we
With
need to
SimCity,
publish this. SimCity, yes, sorry.
Yeah,
We need to publish this.
exactly. Turning our attention now to online news, which seems to get more consequential with every month in this period, politicians are concerned about the internet.
A slew of stories this month from around the world talk about how various governments are beginning to wonder what a freewheeling open network of computers might mean for their nations. In Canada, the Federal Information Highway Advisory Council issued a discussion paper on the topic of online privacy and has recommended that the public send in their ideas about how privacy should be protected. Topics at hand are the fair distribution of privacy, so it does not become a privilege of the wealthy, the ownership of emails, the ability of employers to spy on employees working remotely, and the correction of inaccurate information about a person online, among many others. This comes as the Canadian government's Minister of Canadian Heritage is wondering how to adapt Canada's Telecommunications Act provision, which assures that a minimum percentage of broadcast content in the country is Canadian in origin, to the internet. The question will come down to which regulatory structure the internet providers fall under. Will they be broadcasters or telecoms? The Sega Channel is poised to become the first battleground in this new struggle.
You know you're in trouble when the government's like, what do you all think? We'd love to hear your suggestions.
Yeah, exactly. And okay, and you said, it is increasingly important. Oh my God, the hundreds upon hundreds of articles I sifted through this month about the internet. And this question here about how to regulate it, what will the regulations look like, and what control individual governments will have over it, was really, just permeated, especially the international press. I isolated the Canadian one here, not just because there were several sources in English, but also because it impacted, and they kept mentioning the Sega Channel.
Yeah.
Because it really is this big question now. The Canadian rule that a certain percentage of everything broadcast on television needs to be a Canadian production. If that was going to apply now to the information superhighway, would then mean that the games Sega was putting on the Sega Channel would have to be, to a certain percentage at least, originally Canadian games.
Right. Can you imagine a world where all Canadians would be allowed to download would be Baldur's Gate, Mass Effect, and the rebooted Prince of Persia series?
Hey, don't forget, remember we were talking, Sega's new Fireman game is being filmed in Canada.
Oh boy.
Hey, well, and this is something weird, and I have to admit, I actually ended up going down a rabbit hole here. And I started doing a little bit of research on the history of this provision in Canada. And that also led me to a video I found online about the history of the Canadian auto industry, because Canada has a whole mess of these provisions to make sure that it just basically doesn't just become a dumping ground for American products. Mm-hmm. So the whole reason why Canada even has an auto industry goes back to, apparently, and I know this is a complete sideline, but I just thought it was fascinating. Apparently, when automatic transmissions began to be introduced, especially in the 1960s, there were a bunch of Canadian car manufacturing plants, primarily American manufacturers, and instead of updating the equipment in those factories to produce cars with automatic transmissions, they just basically were planning on letting those factories die as soon as the demand for stick shifts died. And that's when the Canadian government jumped in and said, no, no, no. If you're going to sell a car in Canada, a certain percentage of the parts have to have come from Canada. And that's the only reason why those factories ended up getting updated and were still in play. A very interesting sort of protectionist policy that then ultimately evolves into sort of the foundation for NAFTA later on. You know, the fact that there were these factories there and that they weren't going to go away and all this other stuff. It gets really, really complicated. Very interesting history. But yeah, apparently this was a very big question at the time. As far as I can tell, they end up just saying, okay, these are telecommunications, so it doesn't really matter. And it doesn't fall under the category of broadcast, which is why the internet then doesn't get those stringent rules in Canada.
Very interesting.
Yeah.
But yes, as you said, the internet becoming more and more important. And the kids especially are getting in on this new thing. And our next report is that college kids are becoming email junkies.
While most people with a PC and a modem are constantly watching the clock to avoid racking up massive online minute charges from the likes of AOL, students on college campuses around the US who typically get unlimited access to the internet as part of their tuition are increasingly using email dozens of times a day to stay in touch, not only with their families, but with other students on their own campuses and those elsewhere. This move is leading many to wonder how they will deal with losing their unlimited access after graduation, and is also shifting their communication preferences. At a business computer show in Calgary, Canada, a 24-year-old college grad was looking for a cheap ISP to help her deal with the withdrawal she was feeling after losing her college internet access. She said that it started as a way to access study-related resources, but quickly became a social tool, with her describing her, quote, real life, end quote, and her, quote, virtual life, end quote, as two separate constructs.
Yeah, and this is a trend that, of course, will only accelerate because even as dial-up ISPs become pretty widespread in North America, then the same thing happens over again with broadband, where most people are not paying for expensive broadband services and college students are going off and getting those services. And of course, this will all coincide with the rise of the MMO, which becomes a big thing on college campuses because they're the ones that have the internet to run them.
Exactly. And this adoption of or getting used to using internet-based communication is obviously going to be fundamental also for online gaming.
Yep.
Which has been around for over a decade at this point through certain services, but this is really where it's going to become a mainstream activity. And I mean, there's also going to be a lot of people, once you've got the ISP at home and you're using it primarily for email and some web browsing, you're going to also play some games on it. So
absolutely.
Yeah. Now, just to give an idea of the scope of all of this, according to the Toronto Star, at the end of 1993, there were already more than 4 million subscribers to online services, and that number is expected to grow to 5.5 million by 1996. With CompuServe claiming 2.3 million worldwide subscribers, and America Online is at about 1 million as of August.
Absolutely. Growing fast. And of course, with the World Wide Web coming, the days of it being walled off by those online services like CompuServe will also be fast going away. And indeed, our very next story is that CompuServe to open service to the internet.
CompuServe will make the internet available to its users. This, of course, won't necessarily be the most effective way to get information, according to Australia's The Courier Mail, as the internet is an unorganized jumble and one could waste a lot of very costly time trying to find something. You might be better off just relying on the CompuServe CD, which includes multimedia articles and a valuable file finder program with a list of all the files available back on the CompuServe system. Just click on the resource you want from the CD's database and then download it, minimizing your connection time.
Obviously, that complaint by the Courier Mail sounds quaint today, but it's a real issue at this period of time. I mean, the World Wide Web is not that big at this point, but it also has virtually no organization. And so outside of accessing specific services like CompuServe or specific college databases or playing games, it really isn't clear yet how one is going to make sense of the entire World Wide Web. And
Exactly.
we'll be seeing lots of stories about that. And in the early days, I mean, I know we'll get to this when we get to the proper months, but in the early days, it was even thought that the internet should be cataloged. That's what Yahoo started out as, was basically a directory of the internet.
Exactly. Well, we've talked about this before. Did you watch the TV show *Halt and Catch Fire*?
Oh, yeah, I loved it.
Yeah, me too. Around this period of time, the one guy who's basically I don't want to call him the Steve Jobs style character, but
right. Lee Pace's character.
Yeah, exactly.
Lee Pace's character, yeah.
Yeah, Lee Pace's character, he's just, every time he's at a party and somebody says they have a website, he's writing it down. It's like, not because he's interested in the content, but he's got all these links and he knows he wants to do something with it. And yeah, this idea of the search engine and how to make that possible, and all the makeshift systems, the web rings, and the emailing everybody you can to say, hey, add a link to me and stuff, that's going to happen is just absolutely insane. But there at this point, nobody really knows what that solution looks like. And of course, Google at the end of the day.
Exactly. But at this point, it's the existing online services like CompuServe and the existing big tech companies that think they have a window here. Though, as this CompuServe CD thing indicates, they're going about it what will ultimately be the wrong way. But they're not the only big tech company that sees a place to make a mark here, as Apple to cyberdog it.
Apple has its own secret online project, CyberDog, in the works. This would be launched in early 1996 as a suite of online tools, including an email reader, news reader, and a file transfer software that worked with the OpenDoc standard.
Look at Apple being all open.
Well, okay, I looked into this, and this does get launched, and the OpenDoc system is this attempt to create a standardized file system, which is really, really funny because that is a major question. On the web, and actually it's a story I put a little bit later. Probably need to move that story up now that we're already here.
I think we should.
I'm just gonna move that up. Yeah,
let's do it.
Yeah,
we're doing it live, Carl.
Doing it live. We've rearranged this Excel spreadsheet, and now that story's further up on the list.
Indeed.
But yeah, so Apple is trying to basically have some kind of say in the web experience for Mac users by putting up these tools and making them part of the operating system. They're not the first ones to do it. IBM has already included a browser called Web Explorer into the OS2 Warp operating system.
Sounds like we should be calling the Department of Justice on that, Carl. Bundling a web browser with an operating system?
Well, first people actually have to want the operating system for it to be an issue, apparently.
Well.
IBM already did its time. My God, they had their problems already with the DOJ.
They get a pass on this one. But yes, Carl, as you did so eloquently put it already, the file format of the web is still in doubt.
Forbes has an interesting article about the myriad file types that are currently circulating on the web and which of them may finally become a standard. The growth of the World Wide Web being promoted by a newly founded company called Netscape with its HTML-based pages of content will have to face off against another relative newcomer, Adobe's Acrobat and its PDF files. Which will prove to be the more useful tool for business and information? Only time will tell.
Why not both?
Well, and this is the funny thing here that, in hindsight, obviously, HTML seems like the perfect answer to this question because of its versatility, its ability to be expanded on, portability. But at the same time, I mean, PDFs, you can open those on any device. They're nice and small and compact. You can put graphics in them and also just have straight text, which makes them very small. They are not alterable. You have more control over the layout, especially if you're looking at what Netscape is producing in its very first browser.
Right.
But yeah, ultimately, obviously HTML wins out over PDFs. Primarily because you can also have back-end stuff connected to an HTML file for interactive elements that a PDF can't.
Yes, absolutely. And then we have a little bit of a moment of dubious history here as cyber squatting demoed.
American journalist Josh Quittner has registered McDonald's.com to demonstrate that the U.S. government's Internet Network Information Center in Virginia is not doing any trademark checking, a major issue given that 2,000 new name requests a month are pouring in.
Domain squatting.
Oh, yes. It was a thing for quite a while. This is also going to become a major issue that is going to permeate how people access the web, what they're looking for, and is going to be the first big gold rush of the .com boom era. If you can get that really cool address like news.com, well, that'll be worth billions. Because we all go and get our news at news.com nowadays, don't we? Wait, does that site even exist still? What does it lead to? Okay, it's still part of CNET. So.
Okay.
And CNET still exists, which I guess is really the big news story here.
Indeed.
Yeah.
Finally, we end our online news with a little bit of a local story as Maryland's Sailor Project sees expansion need.
Maryland's. Why did I say Maryland? Okay. Maryland's public internet access project called Sailor, which provides access to the internet through public libraries, schools, and some home users, is, according to congressional testimony given by its project manager Barbara G. Smith, in need of additional federal seed funding to make sure that its backbone is strong enough to not only deal with the foreseeable increases in bandwidth requirements that Mosaic will bring on, but also to help encourage more schools to add the phone lines and infrastructure necessary to make internet access available to the children of Maryland.
1994, and we're already talking about bandwidth limitations.
Oh, yeah. And I included this because, number one, I was a big user of freenet services around this time, and always thought it was a really cool idea that these type of organizations existed. And second, because even though Netscape already showed up, their talking about how Mosaic is doing this. So it's really the web. And yeah, they know that the bandwidth is going to continue to expand. And it connects really back to the very first question or the very first story here in the online section about the wide access, trying to make the internet or access to the internet something that isn't just a privilege, but a right for everybody. And I think that it really is kind of something that is easy to forget, the romantic ideal of the internet as an equalizer.
Oh, yeah.
Especially in this day and age, in this point in time, because cable television had started to make access to content very, very expensive for a lot of people. And you were getting, lots of budget cuts to services like libraries and other things. I mean, those had been coming for quite a while at this point already. And so this equalizer of everybody having access to all the same information seemed like, this could be the way forward with it. And I think it was just a really cool idea to see, that they're having these congressional hearings about this, that they're talking about, how do we fund this? And I thought it was kind of cool to add.
Yeah, I mean, I remember the internet of no advertisements and no paywalls. You had to put up with the most ridiculous text and background color clashing ever known to man, and a bunch of flashing GIFs everywhere. But other than that, it was pretty neat.
And my first jumping on to the World Wide Web isn't quite yet. I mean, so here we're still in 1994. Mine isn't going to come until when did I graduate? I graduated in did I graduate? No, I graduated in 95. So it's going to be fall of 95 is when I start in college, and that's when I'm going to get onto onto the World Wide Web for the first time. And it's going to be using Windows 3.1 machine stuck in 16 color mode. And those wonderful background images. No, I stand corrected. The first time I use it, Netscape doesn't have background images yet. I was there when they upgraded to finally have a version of Netscape that had background images. So, yeah, that was fun.
What a time to be alive, Carl. What a time.
It was.
All right, that does it for online news this time. Turning our attention to publishing news, where Pearson buys Future.
UK-based magazine publisher Future, which specialized primarily in computers and video games, with a 50% share of the home computer and 45% share of the video games market and 35% of the cycling market in the UK, has been sold to Pearson, a major publisher, for £52.5 million, and will become part of Pearson New Entertainment. Future publishes such magazines as Games Master, Sega Power, Edge, and the almighty Amiga Power. 34 titles in total.
And before we comment, I actually want to combine two stories, because our next one is that the Ziff family sells Ziff Davis.
Computer magazine and book publishing giant Ziff Davis has been sold by the Ziff family to Forsman Little & Co. for $1.4 billion in cash. An additional auction for several non-publishing sections of the company, such as digital information services, will follow.
And I just think it makes sense to pair these, because clearly these are being driven by the same phenomenon, which is what we've talked about before. We have deregulation of telecoms. We have the World Wide Web on the way. We have an understanding that content is king. And so now these smaller tech or game focused publishers are being snapped up by the big boys in old media, because they feel that they have to get in on this new digital wave as well. And this is one of their ways of doing it, getting into these magazines.
Oh, definitely. I mean, they are the number one source of information and content will be king in this new world. You've got to fill those pipes with something. And
Absolutely.
and that's where it's coming from. Now, a fun little side note, obviously, the founder or co-founder, I'm not sure if it was just a co-founder of Future, is going to go and use the money from this sale to start a little project called TED Talks,
Yeah.
amongst other things. And
I was not aware of that.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. That's where this comes from. I talked about it with when I interviewed Jazz Rignall, who worked for many of these publications. We did talk about this a little bit, and he gave some more information about that. So go check out my interview with Jazz. Number one, it's a great interview, just because he's great, not because of me. And also, yeah, we do mention this. So that's where the TED Talk money originates from.
Yeah.
And
That's
he
wonderful.
ends up making a ton of money off of that. Oh my God, that TED Talk thing is a freaking gold mine, and really does generate a lot of cash. So
Absolutely. And Pearson is a company that we'll be hearing from again because I don't think they're done buying their way into the digital age quite yet. But that's for another year or so down the line. For the moment, we also get a taste of how the demographics of the PC market are changing as Ziff Davis launches Family PC.
The new monthly publication, Family PC, targets family use of computers with reviews of software being done by families as opposed to, quote, power users, to get a more realistic view of how software will appeal to both kids and their parents. The magazine will continue until 2002.
Yeah, I mean, it's nothing we haven't mentioned before, but the so-called multimedia revolution kind of primed the pump, but didn't quite follow through. But now, with the coming of the World Wide Web, the realization that that was the missing piece of the multimedia revolution, and you're starting to get this big penetration of these PCs into the family space, where it's not just dads bringing home from work and kids maybe play a game or two on it, but you're going to start having the internet and educational and productivity software and stuff that really blurs these lines and finally does turn the PC into kind of an everyday appliance instead of a specialist tool for the privileged few.
Yeah, and this is a similar evolution, and we're going to talk about it with the next story as well. But this refocus on the family computer or on the home computer, if you will, that we saw 10 years earlier with that boom of magazines in 82, 83, 84, is going to be something that we're replicating. But this one I sort of separated out simply because this idea of not having the professional reviewers write the reviews, but having users write the reviews. I don't know if it's just coincidence or if it's being influenced by this increasing online, everyday person feedback feel that you're getting from forums and the like.
Sure.
It may just be coincidence that it was just, a cool concept, but the fact that the magazine lasts as long as it does, at this point with the internet, it just kind of felt a little bit like, oh, they're really tapping into this zeitgeist of I don't have to wait for some big reviewer. I can find out what some average Joe thought of it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Of a product. I don't know. It just feels like somebody tapped into the right idea at the right moment here.
Absolutely. And of course, in another sign that the computer is back as a home appliance and perhaps this time here to stay, Computer Living breaks records in Australia.
IDG's new home computer market magazine, Computer Living, will be the largest launch of any magazine in Australia, with over 1 million copies, most of which will be inserted in the New Idea magazine and a number of other IDG titles. The total print run would create a stack 50 kilometers high.
Yeah, and I know you've got a note that talks about this a little bit more, but this does call back to that first kind of home computer wave. But of course, the difference here, which we've talked about in our 40-year jumps, is back then they tried to sell a concept of home computing that was not appealing to anyone. Nobody wanted to balance their checkbook. Nobody wanted to store their recipes. No one was really had the network access to check their stocks. So they were simply game machines and therefore subject to the volatility in the games market for their overall success. But this time, with multimedia and then the World Wide Web being built on top of that, and so many people now using computers in the workplace that want to have a computer at home as well, so they can take their work home with them or take their schoolwork home with them in the education sphere. Now there is a message around home computing that makes sense, and there's a use for home computing that makes sense. And that's what really separates this from the 82, 84 gold rush.
Exactly. And also, the whole multimedia thing. I mean, we've talked about how it was overhyped, and they've been talking about it for a year or so. But and this is something that I kind of am seeing now with my daughter. And literally, like 2 hours before we started recording this, she was sitting here playing an old Humongous Entertainment game. Yeah, big thinkers, kindergarten. And the funny thing is, though, I have a bunch of educational software on there. I've got stuff all the way from the C64 through DOS to this Humongous stuff. And while she's used some of the DOS software and she's used some of the C64 software, the fact that there's no spoken audio, the fact that there's limited animation and stuff just makes it unappealing. Really, it's not something where, it just transition from watching a cartoon on TV to watching a cartoon in the game. But that is now, for the first time, through CD-ROM storage space, through the better graphics and everything, suddenly this is an experience where you don't have to convince yourself that it's cool, or you don't have to be a massive techie to buy into the fact that it's cool.
Yeah. Now all we need is a kind of easy to use multimedia first mainstream operating system, and we are going to be all set to go.
Yeah. I wonder if the Windy City has anything like that. Okay. But yes, you already previewed it. There's a note here, and this is another interesting side on this. So the Philadelphia Daily News reports on this burgeoning market for computer magazines, noting that there is a bit of deja vu from 10 years earlier, where there was also an explosion of magazines targeting the non-techie computer user. But magazine consultant Martin Walker said, quote, "It's the last place where they can hope to get 750,000 or 1 million circulation," end quote. So the rose-tinted glasses will definitely stay on. And this is also important because the magazine publishers at this time are feeling a real hit. Magazine circulation numbers in general are down. It's too early to blame this on online news sources, but it is probably a side effect of the massive expansion of cable offerings and the adoption of cable television. And so this idea of a computer market where there's so much stuff constantly changing, making regular magazines a viable source of information about this, is probably what is driving them. And the magazine publishers are simply really, really desperate for high circulation titles. So they're willing to take these risks.
Absolutely. Turning our attention then to a little bit of legal news, Supreme Court won't review Game Genie case.
Nintendo's loss to Galoob will not be heard by the U.S. Supreme Court, which means that the lower court's finding that the Game Genie is legal will stand.
A rare loss, quite frankly, for Nintendo in the courts. I mean, the right decision, I think, as far as I'm concerned, from my basically layman's understanding of copyright law, but not often that Nintendo gets told no by the judicial system.
That's true. Nintendo always either entered with the right argument, got lucky, or knew when to settle out of court.
Indeed.
Just saying, Zelda on CDI. We know where that came from.
Indeed. And in that vein, Mario Paint suit dismissed.
A federal judge dismissed a suit against Nintendo brought by inventor Edward Gussin. I think I'm pronouncing it right. Gussin? Who knows?
Probably
over
Gussin,
Nintendo. Yeah. Gussin? You think it's Gussin?
I said probably Gussin.
Yeah. Over Nintendo's Mario Paint program. The suit alleged that the program violated Gussin's paint program that had been licensed to Sony and other companies. Nintendo argued that there was nothing unique about Gussin's program and that paint programs of this kind had been around since at least Apple's Mac Paint.
But look and feel, Carl. Look and feel.
Well, the deal with Gussin's idea was that he did it for a game console.
Sure.
So that was what his patent was all about, that you weren't doing this on a computer, which was a general purpose machine. Here you were taking a game machine that really shouldn't be doing this kind of application and making graphics with it. Now, obviously, it's kind of a nonsense idea to say that, well, because it's a game console, it can't be, it's a unique idea to do this.
Right.
But
exactly.
Enough other companies had fallen for this, or at least had played it safe. And the fact that Sony has a license is a little interesting.
Mm-hmm.
So now here, this is a quote from Nintendo's press release. This could have almost been the quote of the month, but I wanted to include it because I thought it was great. So in Nintendo's press release, Nintendo's counsel John J. Kirby said, quote, Judge Baird's decision to dismiss Gussin's case, along with Nintendo's victory against National Semiconductor earlier this year, are evidence of the growing trend in which the federal courts are willing to weed out meritless patent infringement cases prior to trial. In light of the complexity of patent cases and the difficulty of making complex technologies and concepts of patent law understandable to jurors, courts are becoming more vigilant against letting meritless claims go to trial. The willingness of courts to apply the law to undisputed facts at an early stage not only conserves judicial resources, but also prevents the unjust harassment of innocent businesses. End quote.
Somebody's still salty about the Sanders patents.
The Sanders patents, and also if you put this in the light of the Galoob case, it's like,
yes.
So you're saying that the court should have dismissed your case before you wasted Galoob's time and years of judicial resources trying to get to the Supreme Court.
Exactly.
Understood.
There is a little bit of pot and kettle there. And of course, for those that don't know, John J. Kirby is indeed the namesake of one Kirby, the video game character.
This is true. And no relation, as far as we know, to Jack Kirby.
Indeed. Moving on then to an interesting first. Jail time first for software pirate.
Yu Young Wo, also known as Joseph Wu, has become the first software pirate to get a jail sentence in the USA. 1 year in prison and a $3,000 fine for the sale of 17,000 copies of MS-DOS and Windows.
Come at the king, you best not miss.
That's a great, so appropriate. So this is a a kind of an interesting first, just because it surprised me that it was the first time. I would have thought somebody would have gotten some jail time prior to this. But apparently it just wasn't as big enough deal yet. And 17,000 copies is not an inconsiderable number.
Mm-hmm. Indeed. All right, wrapping up as we always do with a few miscellaneous stories, starting with Nintendo donates to epilepsy research.
Nintendo Company of Japan will donate 100 million yen to the Japanese Epilepsy Association Incorporated over 3 years to help them carry out research on whether video gamers are susceptible to epileptic-type seizures, according to a company spokesman. The association said that they will not only look at video game players, but also seizures potentially related to office automation equipment.
A few years later, Nintendo would help out epilepsy research some more through the airing of its Pokemon cartoon series.
Exactly. I think they just wanted to know whether or not they were responsible for, if they could be responsible for that. Yeah. Now, this is interesting for a couple of reasons. Number one, obviously, we're getting, I don't think we have the epilepsy warning screens in the US yet at this point.
Yeah, I don't think so.
No, those haven't popped up yet. But apparently in Japan, this is already a fairly big issue. Now, and here, this is coming from the Daily Yomiuri, which is a English language Japanese publication, and the writing in it sometimes is very interesting. I'll just put it that way. So the article's author seems to have it out for games with lines like, quote, "The association will carry out research on whether video game addicts are susceptible to epileptic-type seizures," end quote, end quote. The company apparently worried about reports that several people have suffered seizures while playing video games, decided to offer the money in the hope that the association will find that there is no relationship between the fits and video games, end quote.
A bit of cynicism there. I mean, as the meme says, though, he's out of line, but he's right.
Yeah. I don't know if it's true, but I know it's true. So
Indeed.
yeah, it's very clearly Nintendo trying to get ahead of a problem that apparently, at least already in Japan, is causing some kind of public concern.
Indeed. And then in Europe, the UK to begin game preservation.
Britain's National Film and Television Archives is thinking of adding video games to its collection. The archive, which is part of the British Film Institute, has already hired a freelancer to begin to assess material and make decisions about important questions such as media and selection criteria. The question of funding is also still up in the air, especially given that many of the most important works are not of UK origin, but the archive already collects many foreign productions.
Are UK gamers aware that many of the most important works are not of UK origin? Because talking to them, I'm not so sure they are. So,
hey, if you were a Specky owner, the answer to this is clearly the most important games were of UK origin. Because
Indeed.
there weren't a lot of people developing for the Specky outside of the UK.
But all kidding aside, in some ways it's not surprising to see the UK doing something this early, even though it's only a little bit, because I do feel like the UK in general has been far more interested in, aware of, and desirous of preserving the history of video games, computer games, whatever, than other parts of the world.
Oh, yeah, definitely. I mean, you see it already in the way the magazines are written. I mean, a magazine like Edge couldn't have come out of any other gaming culture.
Mm-hmm.
I honestly believe that. And the idea of the homegrown nature of it, the idolization of people like Sir Clive Sinclair and Alan Sugar, as far as the making of the hardware, the idolization of the bedroom coders. I mean, if you look at Japan, with the exception of Miyamoto and a handful of others, most of the game designers in their heyday weren't even known. They only existed as pseudonyms. And this idea of creating, very, very Japanese characters, while those games existed in Japan, I mean, the Marios and stuff didn't really have that feel of this, it is a Japanese thing. Whereas, you see Minor Willie doing his thing, it's very much talking about the culture of its time and everything else.
Mm-hmm.
So this idea that games are a reflection of the world we live in and how we experience it and all this other stuff is so pertinent to the way the British experience gaming, especially in the 80s, that I think nobody else I know of really can say the same of their gaming landscape.
Absolutely. And then another interesting trend, home office furniture goes upscale.
The rise of the home office as a result of home PC adoption and online services has attracted the attention of the furniture industry. The Philadelphia Inquirer reports that the computer work pod was a major feature at the International Home Furnishings Market's fall show. Together with home theaters, the home office is one of the, quote, 2 keys to life today, end quote, according to Peter G. Atton, whose company Diameters, I think is pronunciation, introduced a $3,000 plus stainless steel computer pod featured at Bloomingdale's in New York. He said, quote, "We're either working or trying to forget work," end quote.
And we're still in that dystopia today. But this is an important development, because even if something like a $3,000 stainless steel computer pod is kind of ridiculous, this is another sign that this is not a flash in the pan. Like, people are starting to actually buy furniture that is specific to their computing needs, rather than putting it on whatever table or desk they happen to already have handy in the home, which just goes to show that computers are really here to stay this time in the home, and it isn't just another passing thing.
Oh, definitely, definitely. And I mean, as the internet shows up, the amount of time we spend at the computer in the home increases, the comfort of that furniture and the specialized nature of that furniture is going to grow.
Yeah. And I mean, it was right around this time that I think we got our first like office furniture that was more designed to be part of like a computer layout instead of just traditional desk layout. I mean, we had computers before this, but we hadn't put them on any kind of, special tailor-made furniture before.
Oh, definitely not. I mean, my C64 was on an old dining room table.
Yeah.
Now, I did have a specialized computer desk for my Amiga. It was a little, actually, my daughter has something almost identical to what I had 30 years ago, with a little fold-out tray. It was just wide enough exactly for the Amiga. They knew their market. That you could just pick up at any furniture store here in Europe back then, and still to this day. But yeah, I mean, it's that was more the exception. It wasn't really meant for full-blown home office type of setup, especially if you had a PC with a tower on it. that wasn't going to fit on this little thing.
Indeed. Turning our attention then to the way computing is starting to permeate in the corporate world, Taco Bell gamifies employee performance.
Computer World reports that Taco Bell is developing a new computer system that will inform its 90,000 employees how they are performing based on a variety of metrics, such as the amount of ingredients used and completion times. Similar reports are already being generated, but to appeal to their staff, which has a 130% annual turnover rate, and between a 5th and 8th grade reading and math skill level, a demographic that, according to Eric Jones, an information technology group manager at Taco Bell, they will gamify the system using a visual and audio cues system, such as speedometers to tell employees how they are doing. This will also help the employees be more self-sufficient, something that is necessary as the chain only has one manager for every 3.5 stores. The system will also use scoring to create competition between the employees and will hopefully increase retention rates.
Truly, they are the Amazon distribution centers of their time.
Yeah, I was really kind of scared by how much this feels like the gamification mechanisms we've heard so much about over the last 15 years. And yeah, it's basically the whole concept right here being done in a place that sounds like freaking hell.
Yeah, that just doesn't sound great. But it's what I presume is one of the opening salvos in, okay, computers are everywhere now. We can monitor and track a lot of things with computers that we couldn't easily monitor and track before. How are we going to use that to, quote, increase productivity, unquote?
Yeah. And just, all of our employees are spending their time playing video games. Let's make it look like a video game. It's so cynical and so nasty, and I'd love to see whether or not it worked.
Indeed.
So any listeners out there, if you worked at Taco Bell around this time and saw one of these systems, please get in touch with me. I want to know what that experience was like, because I really looked. I tried to find more reports on this and I could not find them, but I'd really, really love to see. If you have video or photos of this, please send them to me. Okay.
Of course, maybe this is the secret to how Taco Bell becomes the only restaurant in the future, as revealed to us by Demolition Man.
That's true. Demolition Man would have been in 1994, or was it in 93?
It's a little earlier, I think, but it's, right in this time period.
True.
Turning our attention then to a little merchandising, we have an MK album.
This month's Game Pro has an ad for the Mortal Kombat album with songs based on the characters of the game. The album had launched a year earlier in Europe.
And that's not all, Carl. There's more as MK Live coming to an arena near you.
International Creative Management is booking a live-action arena tour based on Mortal Kombat. The $2.5 million production will feature some 20 martial artists and have illusions and special effects. Target audiences will be boys 10 and up, and tickets will run $10 to $15 for the 100-minute show.
I'm sure one Senator Joe Lieberman was first in line with his grandkids for that one.
Oh, definitely. I mean, number one, how? Oh, and there's really two important questions here for these two stories. Number one, how do you turn a game where it's all about fatalities and gore into an album? And second, how do you turn it into a kids' live show?
Yes.
It's just so bizarre.
Indeed. But it is something of a preview as to how video games are about to finally really become true pop culture phenomenons. I mean, obviously there have been merchandising tie-ins before, and obviously kids loved Mario, yada yada yada. But this is starting to build towards something even bigger than that, and trying to permeate the pop culture in different ways. And I don't know that Mortal Kombat's going to quite be the gateway to that, but it's coming. This idea of trying to get these big video games into these other kind of venues, and not just the traditional merchandising tie-ins of, bed sheets, cereals, and cartoons.
Definitely. And I mean, we're going to get a Mortal Kombat Saturday morning show here pretty soon.
Yeah.
And so, I mean, it just makes sense. But yeah, it's such a mismatch. But then again, come on, in the 80s, we had a Rambo Saturday morning show. So
We did, and Coleco action figures.
And RoboCop got a Saturday morning show.
It did.
I mean, the Toxic Avenger, for God's sake, got a show.
Yeah, right.
So if a movie that showed you somebody's head exploding could get a Saturday morning cartoon show, all bets are off, man. All bets are off.
Indeed. And we end this month's headlines on a somber note, as Raul Julia, R.I.P.
Addams Family star Raul Julia has passed away at 54.
Of course, his very last movie role was the role of M. Bison in the Street Fighter II movie. For Capcom, the day the Street Fighter II movie launched was the most important day of their lives, but for the motion picture industry, it was Tuesday.
Yes. And that movie has not come out yet. That will be coming out shortly in our timeline here. So yeah, his passing obviously is a tragedy that's also going to have a bit of a shadow hanging over the movie's launch.
Yeah. And obviously we'll talk about the Street Fighter II movie when we get there. But I mean, of course, it has a lot of problems. But let me tell you, even dying of cancer, I mean, it wasn't a sudden passing. He died of cancer. He's mesmerizing in it. And
yeah.
I mean, and of course, he was, a brilliant Gomez, and, Kiss the Spider Woman.
Yeah.
Oh, no. Very powerful performance. Great actor.
Yeah, no, he was an amazing actor, and yeah, I am a defender of the Street Fighter movie. I will go on record, just because I see it as a true, honest attempt to do 1960s Batman style camp.
Yes,
and as such, it's freaking brilliant. And if you see it through that lens, it does what it intends to do, and it does it well. And Raul Julia is just so
was
awesome.
that what it intended to do, or is that what it achieved?
Well, okay. If you listen to the director's audio commentary, he is very adamant that that's what they intended to do, because the material was just so over the top that there was no other way to do it. And when you think about it, I mean, how are you going to make it realistic that there's this Blanca guy and that there's this Indian guy whose arms stretch? And I mean, none of that makes really any sense. And if you try to make that into something dramatic.
The guy that played Dalzim is the guy who played Nehru in Gandhi, and, is reduced to playing... Who's also in, Temple of Doom, but reduced to playing Talzim in Street Fighter 2.
But at least in the Street Fighter 2 movie, he's not a guy with stretchy arms. He's actually the really smart super scientist. So
I know. I mean, I have a soft spot for it. It's fine for what it is. It's better than the Super Mario Brothers movie.
Yeah. I mean, and that one is just absolutely ridiculous. It's but
indeed,
At least it's still better than Double Dragon.
Indeed. But we'll have more to say on the Street Fighter 2 movie when we actually get there. For now, I believe you have set aside some quotes for us, Carl.
Yeah, I really kind of couldn't make up my mind, so I have 2 quotes this time. And the first one, in an article discussing U.S. TV network CBS's awkward situation of being the #1 network in the country for older viewers, while the other established networks, ABC, NBC, and Fox, are angling for 18 to 49-year-olds, and upstarts WB and UPN, both set to start in January, are looking at an even younger demographic. CBS sees great market potential in the baby boomer and older crowd with shows like Murder, She Wrote. Quote, during June's annual meeting of affiliate station managers, CBS Broadcast Group President Howard Stringer colorfully defended his network's steadfast mainstream approach. Today's younger generation of computer nerds and video game addicts are, quote, mostly Fox and ABC viewers, end quote, he said, and, quote, while they're chasing intergalactic serial killers on their technocentric digital dashboards, they won't be watching those particular networks. You, of course, will be watching us. Call me old-fashioned, but I don't see any point in competing for the hearts and minds of the terminally dysfunctional, end quote.
Sir Howard Stringer would later become CEO of Sony Corporation, makers of the Sony PlayStation.
I wonder if he was still singing the same tune at that point. I did not know that. Really?
Oh, yeah. I mean, it was a big deal because, he was not Japanese. He became the CEO of Sony.
Oh, wow. Okay. Well, it makes perfect sense, I guess, because he understands the terminally dysfunctional so well. And
obviously they were bringing him more for his experience, on the media sides of things and television and movie studios. But it's not like he was he was head of Sony, not Sony Computer Entertainment, but
still, yeah. And now this quote for me, #1, he's calling video game players terminally dysfunctional. I dig that. But for me, taking the sass out of it, it's an interesting recognition of the conflict that's about to really explode over the next 10 to 15 years. And it's really what we were talking about with the online stuff, that you can only watch one thing at a time, really. And if you're playing video games or surfing the web or whatever else, that's time you're not watching traditional network television. So if you're a network television, why wouldn't you be targeting the audience that's not doing those other things? It's not a long-term strategy because sooner or later those people will die. But at this moment in time, he's got a weird point that I thought was something worth thinking about, at least.
Mm-hmm.
Now he says it with way more sass than I'd probably think is wise, but that's another issue entirely. Now, the next quote here is also about this whole newfangled bubble of multimedia. I'm sure we'll never see another bubble where, investor money goes crazy ever again. So, and this is from an article from the Age not Age. It's it's the Age. It's a publication out of Australia. And it's here, Rocket Science's Barrett, that's I think the head of the company, says, quote, with all this talent and all this enthusiasm and all this money we're burning through, I'm going to be very ashamed if it doesn't turn into something rather extraordinary. People's expectations have been raised. The pressure is on.
Well,
End
I
quote.
have good news for you, Mr. Barrett. It will turn into something rather extraordinary because the meteoric rise and fall of rocket science over just being an absolute bullshit company that had no idea what they were doing was indeed rather extraordinary.
Yeah, and the funny thing is, just as this quote is coming out, a German magazine PC Player reports that despite already tons of money coming in from Bertelsmann, the Mirror Group has now also bought a chunk of rocket science for $5 million.
Yeah. Rocket science is a wild story. I mean, it's they had no bona fides. I mean, there were a lot of companies that got waylaid by the whole multimedia thing, but like there was usually someone or something or some track record to be like, okay, let's try to go with them. Rocket science is just a bunch of people coming out of nowhere, having no idea what they're doing, but getting all sorts of enthusiasm and getting a bunch of money invested in the company, and they just blow through it all and explode. I mean, it's it's why I mean it's not a wild story in the sense that there's not a lot of interesting things to like say about it, but it's just wild that anyone ever gave them any money in the first place, bubble or no bubble.
Yeah, it's but I think, and again, everything about the AI bubble just resonates with this time. The promise that you were going to take old media talent, like, special effects guys who worked on Star Wars, script writers who've worked on movies, and you're going to just, ply all this into a CD-ROM, and you're going to get these awesome games. It just feels like if you are an investor who wants to be on the cutting edge, this was the recipe for success. And the fact that none of these people really knew how to make a game. I mean, Elon Musk worked there, for God's sake. That's I mean, talk about nonsense. But I mean, yeah, it's one of these great failures that should have been the bellwether, but then again, they were working on this stuff for several years. I mean, so it's not like the moment the big investment came in, or the initial investment came in, anybody could have really predicted where it was going to go. I mentioned it before, but in my interview with Tom Kalinske, when I asked him, my famous final question, what was one big thing that you thought was going to be huge that went nowhere? And he said it was FMV.
Yeah.
He thought FMV was going to be the shiznat. And he was then surprised that people really just wanted really, really well-drawn sprites.
Who knew?
Who knew? But then again, how many times had we really had really, really well-drawn sprites up until that point? I mean, granted, you had your Prince of Persia, you had your flashbacks, but the moment we saw Aladdin, that was the game changer. That's when you could be like, oh, wait, okay, done. Don't need the FMV animation. I can just do this.
Indeed.
Oh, well. Okay. That's pretty much it. I should mention here just very, very briefly, because I'm seeing it at the bottom of my notes and I forgot to incorporate this. There is a magazine called EGM2, Electronic Gaming Monthly 2. We talked about it several months ago that this launched, that it's like EGM now has 2 magazines a month. So it's basically fortnightly. And there were a couple of little tidbits in there, which we'll could have just covered next month, but very, very briefly wanted to mention them. Number one, we're getting news that the Street Fighter anime movie has been released in Japan. So tying in with our whole Mortal Kombat live show and transmedia presence of video games. The first pics of Toshinden running on the PlayStation have been made public. basically just torpedoing Sega's Virtual Fighter advantage, if you will. And the Palladia has finally been shown and been reviewed coming out of Japan, and it runs at only 10 frames per second, which basically is just going to be the bullet to the head of that thing. So those were the three little tidbits I wanted to share. They are really inconsequential in the greater scheme of things, but if I don't mention them now, I'll feel bad about it, and then I'll have to talk about it in the next episode. So that's all I got. Which means now it's up to you, good sir. What is the word of the episode?
Well, this episode is a little scattered. I'm not sure that this time I pride myself on often coming up with a word or a phrase that can tie together a lot of disparate things across here. I don't know that I have one for that here, so I'm just going to kind of highlight the theme of this, one of the bigger themes of this episode, which is prices. So our word is prices because we have gotten the word on what all these next generation systems are going to look like in Japan. And this is going to set the stage for the winners and losers of this coming generation of video game systems.
I probably couldn't have selected a better term. I mean, really, it's going to come down to those prices. And you were right. It's the winners and losers. And in 6 months, we'll be replicating the whole damn shebang with the prices at E3.
$299.
Yeah. So for more on that, check out my interview with Tom Kalinske. Now, okay, please remind everybody where they can find your fine work, sir.
Well, as always, I am at They Create Worlds. They Create Worlds, the podcast. They Create Worlds, the book. They Create Worlds, the toilet paper, which at 586 pages is what you can do with the book if you decide you don't like it. But yeah, theycreateworlds.com or podcast.theycreateworlds.com. We are in the middle of releasing the 3 episodes that came out of our epic live stream. Commodore, it turns out, could not be contained to one epic live stream, so there will be a part 4 following on from those. But yes, lots of Commodore stuff going on our podcast at the moment.
Yes, I was there for a big chunk of the live stream, as well as now have heard at least the bits I missed from the first episode. I got to say, really, really good stuff. There was a lot of little things there I missed. That I didn't know about the early years, and I do believe at some point we need to actually just do a deep dive and maybe a special episode just about the Canadian accounting scandal.
Oh God! Don't get me started, Carl. No, that sounds exciting for you and me. It might put your entire audience to sleep, but
that's never stuffed me before. If you haven't realized yet, I don't do this show for the listeners. Sorry, listeners. I do this for my own education. I just happen to inflict it on others as I go along.
Indeed. And at some point he kidnapped me, and now he won't let me leave.
Hey, what can I say? These pictures over here, you don't really want those on the internet, do you? No, just kidding.
I love the co-hosting the Video Game Newsroom Time Machine. Happy to be here, Carl. Happy to be here.
Okay, everybody, remember, give us some likes, give us a thumbs up, and support us on the Patreon, and, pass the word on and all that good stuff, and have fun.